I'm Councillor Helen Crawford and I'll be chairing this meeting today. I'm not aware of any fire drill taking place, so if there's a fire alarm does sound, then please vacate the building via the stairs. Please can everybody ensure that their phones are either turned off or down so they don't interrupt us. And please be aware that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed via YouTube. So could you ensure that your microphones are turned off when not speaking? Thank you. We have with us to help us today Assistant Director of Planning Emma Whitaker, Principal Planning Officers Phil Jordan and Phil Moore, Senior Planning Officer Adam Murray, Legal Services is Will Thomas today, and Democratic Services being helped by Shelley and Alice. So we will go to public speakers. Please be aware you have 3 minutes to speak. You'll be advised when you have 30 seconds left. You may finish your sentence, but not another paragraph. We will now go to agenda item 1, apologies for absence and register of attendance. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Apologies have Mrs. Judy Smith, Councillor Harish Visnal Singh, Councillor Robert Reid, Councillor Ian Selby and Councillor Judy Stevens. Councillor Nick Robbins will be substituting for Councillor Robert Reid, and I will now take a register of attendance. Councillor Helen Crawford.
Present.
Councillor David Bellamy.
Present.
Councillor Phil Dilks. Councillor Mrs. Rosemary Caby-Brown.
Present.
Councillor Penny.
Present.
Councillor Jackie Smith.
Present.
Councillor Nick Robbins.
Present.
Councillor Penny Robbins.
Present.
Lovely, thank you very much, Alice.
Was not called out.
Oh, sorry, Charmaine.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so Councillor Morgan present.
Thank you. We will now go to item 2, disclosure of interest. Does anybody have any disclosures? If not, if you think of anything during the meeting, then please make us aware. We will now, the minutes of the last meeting, we will discuss them at the next planning meeting as it was too late to get them in. Item 3 on the agenda, application S210938, that has been withdrawn from this committee meeting, so we will not be doing agenda item 3. We have a few speakers with us today. Agenda item 4, we have the applicant Rachel Gaffney, and that is for the installation of the solar farm together with associated works. Agenda item 5, S210676, erection of 35 dwellings. I think we have Councillor Rosemary Trollope-Bellew possibly speaking on that item. Agenda item 6, application S210964. We have applicant Tom Dwyer. Agenda item 7, we do not have anybody. Agenda item 8, we have S211422, the demolition of an existing Dutch barn and erection of a new house, and we have the applicant's agent, Brendan McMullen. Sorry if I've pronounced the name wrong. Lovely, thank you very much. Right, we will go to item 4 on the agenda, and we have Phil Jordan presenting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, members. I'm just going to try and get the presentation up. Thank you. So this first agenda item is S21 1018, installation and operation of a solar farm, together with all associated works, equipment and infrastructure. The site's located just north of Gunnerby Moor, north of Grantham, and I've already been introduced as Phil Jordan, Principal Planning Officer. So the detail of the application is set out in the main committee report. There's no additional items for this item. The key issues are set out in detail in the committee report. I won't read through all of those, but they're on the screen at the moment. Some of the main areas of focus for these large-scale solar farms are the visual impact and some of the ecology and biodiversity impacts, and also the agricultural land or nature of the agricultural land. So this is the site in a, just looking at it in context. So on the screen, the red circle broadly shows where the site is. Just to the southwest of the site, you can see the A1 as it runs north from the Gunnerby Moor services, and then that sort of cluster of what look like white industrial buildings there, that's Gunnerby Moor, downtown, and that cluster of development there. Within the site itself, you can see it's largely agricultural fields, but there is one field that's currently in use as a motocross track, but that's outside the red line for the application. So this is the same view of the site. You can just see things in a bit more detail. To the northern boundary is Wagtail Park. It's a country caravan camping park, and then you can see the A1 just as it spurs off north. So this is the red line of the site. It becomes a bit more apparent when you look at the layout, which I'll move on to, but you can see it makes up various agricultural fields within the overall application, but it does exclude this particular field that has the motocross track in. So one of the sort of key issues with these large-scale solar farms is the visual impact, and the solar panels themselves are set relatively low into the landscape, and that these next few slides really sort of demonstrate some of the key views and how this has been assessed in the landscape and visual impact assessment. So the first couple of slides here are looking from the south of the site north, and you can see at this point below Gunnerby, you're on relatively low-lying land, and much of the site would be screened by existing hedgerows and vegetation. The same can be said if you're immediately to the north of the site. Again, there's intervening woodland, hedgerows, and where you can see development, it tends to be quite high. So just here to the left of the screen, you can see the buildings around Gunnerby Moor, but these are, significantly higher than the height of the solar panels, which are only sort of 3 meters high in the landscape. It's a little bit different when you come from the Gunnerby side of the site. So here you're up on the hill, and this particular image is taken from Hilltop Cemetery, looking north towards the site. And from here you are on elevated ground, and you would get views of the site in the distant landscape. But it's worth noting, if you look at the back or the bottom Ordnance Survey map, you can see where the viewpoint's taken from, and you can see that steep, you can see all the contour lines on the map. And it's some way till you actually get to the application site. So where you would see views of the solar farm, it's some way into the distance, and it ranges really from about 1.5 kilometers to 2 kilometers away from this point. It's similar from, this is just again north of Great Gunnerby, but still up on the hill, looking towards where the solar panels would be, but from a slightly different angle. And from here, again, you're a similar distance, if not a little bit further away from the site. But you can see clearly here, you've already got views of some of that industrial development in the landscape already. So you can see down to views of downtown, and there are going to be more services and all those other industrial buildings that are sited in that area. So this is the site itself. It's not too difficult really to sort of understand. It's a large scale solar farm, and most of the fields are laid out in these solar arrays, which are basically solar panels mounted on frames. We'll look at those in a little bit more detail as I go on with the presentation. This area, just where my cursor is, this is a little bit different. This is the substation area and the connection point, and this is where all the infrastructure that goes with putting the electricity that's generated back into the grid goes. Again, this shows the same layout, and it's got some of the detail of the landscaping. The key points I'd pick out are there's no trees to be removed, and essentially all those solar panels are contained within existing fields. And the strategy really is just to maintain existing hedgerows, maintain existing trees, and also then enhance the planting around them and fill in any gaps. And that sort of increased amount of hedgerow and tree growth does a pretty good job of screening any visual impact from the development. So I think we looked at these last time, these slides, when we looked at the scheme at Fossen. It's a pretty simple construction process. These frames are just piled into the ground, and then once you've got that frame structure, which is about 1 metre off the ground, the solar panels are then sort of angled to face towards the south, and laid out in these long arrays. You can see that this is a scheme that's already been implemented, and this is about a year into the operational phase. And once the solar panels are in place, there's wild meadow seed put around, and that the hedgerows are allowed to grow. And what you do get is you get a biodiversity enhancement once those agricultural fields are left, and that enhanced planting takes place. So just a summary of the evaluation that's in the main committee report. There's significant benefits with a scheme, a renewable scheme, and particularly with a renewable scheme of this size. The development would generate just under 50 megawatts of electricity. Put into sort of real terms, that's enough power for just under 15,000 homes, and generates substantial CO2 savings of again just under 15,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum. And that's a significant contribution to both local targets for reducing CO2 and the government's national strategy for doing so. So the development is supported in principle both locally and by national policy. The agricultural land I touched on, in the applicant submitted an agricultural land survey, and the land is 3B, which is considered to be subgrade and suitable for this type of development. So the way that land classification works is you have a scale of 1 to 5, and 1 and 2 and 3A are considered to be the best and most versatile land, and that's typically the land that's sought to be preserved both by the local plan and national policy. It is worth noting it's a 40-year temporary permission, and it is possible to continue some agricultural use of the land through grazing during the operational phase of the development, but clearly for that 40-year period you would lose the arable use of the land. I've talked about the visual impact. broadly, there's a relatively low impact from the development, and it's considered that the impacts can be suitably mitigated, and that's done predominantly through a landscaping plan, which also sits alongside a landscape and ecological management plan, which sets out more detail around how that landscaping is maintained over the lifetime of the development. The scheme or the assessment has considered other solar farms in the area, including that consented scheme at Fossen, and the cumulative impact isn't considered to be unacceptable. There's no harm to the setting of any designated heritage assets within that wide area around the site. The substation does generate a sort of a low level amount of noise, but given its location within this site and the location of surrounding residential properties, there's not considered to be any mitigation that's needed. A lot of activity does, or the majority of activity does happen both during construction and then the decommissioning at the end of the lifetime of the development. And there's conditions in place that secure a construction management plan and also a plan further down the line for the decommissioning of the scheme. There's not been any objection from local residents or parish councils within the area. And as I've already talked about, there are opportunities for ecological enhancements which are secured through that landscape and ecological management plan. I've already mentioned it's a temporary permission for albeit quite a long temporary permission for 40 years. And in summary, any adverse impacts around that visual impact are considered to be outweighed by the significant benefits of the scheme, which I talked about at the beginning of the evaluation. So in conclusion, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions in the main report. There is just one minor amendment to the condition I wanted to make, which is condition 7, which is the condition that secures the landscape and ecology management plan. And I just wanted to add some additional wording. So it's about halfway in. It requires details of any proposed new hedgerows and strengthening of hedgerows. And I've just inserted this additional wording that requires details of any temporary screening that may be necessary and where that would happen in the timetable for delivery. And the reason for doing that is some of the landscaping can take some time to mature, and in some instances there is an immediate need for that enhanced landscaping, and that can be related to either the adjacent highway uses or the adjacent railway. And so we haven't got any objections from the relevant bodies in that respect, but this updated wording just brings the condition in line with other similar permissions that we've granted. It just enables us to capture those temporary screening measures that may be necessary in the event those consultees required it. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Phil. I think we'll go to our next speaker first before we go to questions. And that's Rachel Gaffney, if you'd like to come up and speak. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, and Shelley will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am the agent and therefore speak in favour of the application. Lightsource BP are a national and international leader in the funding, development and long-term management of large-scale solar projects. They have many years' worth of experience. In September 2019, South Kesteven District Council declared a climate emergency. This application will help to significantly tackle this issue through increasing renewable energy generation and reducing carbon emissions. Over 14,000 tonnes of carbon will be saved annually. This is equivalent to taking over 3,000 large family cars off the road each year. The application will also help meet national commitments and obligations on net zero and carbon reduction, including those set out last week by the government in its net zero strategy. The generation of solar power was one of the many initiatives that will play an important role in meeting the government's 2035 target that all our electricity will need to come from low carbon sources. Achieving net zero and tackling the climate emergency has national cross-party support. In addition to the generation of renewable energy, if approved, the proposed installation will provide a number of other benefits, including additional planting to improve the visual screening of the site, biodiversity enhancement measures, including new hedgerows, bird boxes and bat boxes. The proposed development will result in a biodiversity net gain. The application will also help to support the long-term viability of Great Gonnaby Farm and its continued agricultural operations through the continuation of livestock grazing. Lightsource BP carried out extensive pre-application community engagement with local residents and key stakeholders, and the majority of the written feedback was positive. Since submission, we have engaged with officers and submitted further details to address queries raised by Highways England and the Landscape Officer. The additional information submitted has addressed the queries raised by these consultees, and none of the statutory consultees raise an objection. Local Plan Policy RE1 confirms that renewable energy generation will be supported, subject to meeting detailed criteria. Developing this site for renewable energy has been demonstrated to be acceptable and in accordance with the relevant sections of the local plan and NPPF. This is an application that accords with your local plan and with current and emerging government policy on how to achieve net zero. As you're aware, your officers have recommended approval after carefully weighing up all of the planning considerations. Accordingly, I would respectfully request members to grant planning permission in accordance with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Do I have any questions for this? Thank you. Councillor Robbins.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question to you, if I may. As Mr. Jordan said, there was no objections from the parish council. However, they were very disappointed in the contribution that you put forward to mitigate any development. Can I ask why it is 3 times or more than 3 times the amount less than any other solar farms of a similar size? So, for example, Fossen, they contributed about 187,000 to the community, and you're offering 50. Just wondering why that. And why you'd refused the council's request to up that contribution?
The public consultation and community engagement prior to submission was all undertaken by Lightsource BP, the applicant. I personally wasn't involved in those discussions, but I know Lightsource BP do offer a community benefit on their schemes, but I'm afraid I can't really answer on behalf of Lightsource directly their contribution.
Thank you, Rachel. Do I have any other questions? Lovely, thank you. If you'd like to return to your seat. We'll go now to questions and debate. So do I have any questions for the officer? Thank you. Councillor Robbins. Oh, Councillor Morgan, do you want to go first then?
Yeah, thank you. If I could just look at the conditions on page 49, condition 5. We're saying that the archaeological investigations should be have been completed before work start, which is fair enough. But in the reason we're saying to record the history of the site, the only concern I've got there is what happens if we find something, because of the way that the design is with so many spikes in effect going across the entire area. This area does actually have quite a lot of potential archaeological interest because, of course, we had the Battle of Gonnaby Moor, a key Civil War action where there were thousands of troops and they were actually based in that area for several days. So we might well come across finds what I'm not clear about is there's one thing taking a photograph, but what happens, there's no reference to artifacts, what might happen to those or how we would manage those. And it has proven to be an issue south of Grantham regarding Roman remains that they ended up being boxed off and sent off to Lincoln. But in this case, and some of the foundations of buildings destroyed. So what is this enough protection is what I'm thinking. Can we alter this slightly to reflect that?
Those conditions have come from the consultee, which is Heritage Lincolnshire, who we go to on all archaeological matters. They are pre-commencement conditions and allow for, you know, that work to be carried out in advance of any development taking place. I think given the nature of the scheme, it is, you know, it's relatively less intrusive with the ground than you would get from, say, a typical, you know, residential scheme, where once you're digging the ground up and building the houses, you know, those houses are there for a long time. You can see from the pictures of the frames that are put in, it's effectively just like putting in a series of fences in terms of the ground. As to what happens to any artifacts that may be uncovered, that's all done with Heritage Lincolnshire, and my understanding is it's all has to be logged and registered with the historic environment record. But I don't know that we can change the condition to alter that in any way. There's a sort of a set process that occurs for anything that's found and where it goes off to. But as far as I know, we can't sort of alter that process through this planning permission.
Yeah.
What I was going to recommend is that because of our own policies, that where we've got record, the reason is that to record and protect, so that, because otherwise literally they could take a photograph and then carry on, destroy, dig through or whatever, whereas that would in itself imply that some other action has to be taken. Otherwise I'd say it's extremely ambiguous. Other sites I'd be a bit less concerned, but we happen to know this site could be. In fact, the civil war links aren't particularly referred to in this paper. There are other matters that are other historical matters. I think it is important that that is in there, and it would reflect our policies. And in the past, we have made some alterations to these conditions. They're not actually, we've got the ability, I'm sure, to do that. Even if we just put and protect, which implies that those items wouldn't be damaged.
Sorry, Councillor Morgan. In terms of adding that wording into the reason, I don't see any issue with doing that, and the detail of that written scheme of investigation then goes off for sort of scrutiny by Heritage Lincolnshire, and that's where the detail of what they have to do sits. But in terms of just adding that wording into the reason, if that helps and helps sort of clarify the reason for doing it, I'm happy to do that on both condition 4 and 5.
Thank you very much. Councillor Robbins, you had a question?
Thank you, Chairman. The views that you've shown on your montage earlier, on your presentation, there was no view from Wagtails Country Park, where you can argue that possibly that's the most important view because it's going to be enjoyed or ruined by essentially visitors or the holiday economy. Second one is, it's, in my mind, it's in very close proximity to the motocross track where motorcycles fly. If somebody was to come off, and I don't know if this comes under the planning for this particular site or it needs to be addressed by the motocross organisers, but if a bike was to come off of the track, would it then go into a solar panel, which caused a lot more injury. And the third one, very quickly, was, and I'm going to kind of second guess the answer, is there anything that you can do from a local planning authority point of view to try and up the contributions from the developer? Thank you.
So the first question about Wagtail Park, there's a little lane that runs down to the south of Wagtail Park. I visited there on a site visit. That was one of my initial thoughts, was, you know, that's probably the most sensitive use there. But there's a hedge that must be 20 foot high, big conifer hedge that runs down the south of that track. I haven't got any photos to show you, but you haven't got any views into that immediate field to the south from the country park. The motocross track, understand what's been said there, that there haven't been any concerns raised in that respect, and I'm not, you know, quite sure sort of, you know, the precise sort of distances and you know what levels of control they've already got in place around that track, but I suspect that would be an issue for the motocross track, you know, to ensure the safety of those the users of that track. The contribution, yeah, unfortunately, it's not a material planning consideration. It's not something we can get involved in from a planning officer point of view. It's something that is common practice with these large-scale renewable schemes, but sits entirely separately to the planning process. I have discussed directly with parish councils and ward members around that particular aspect of the scheme, and there's nothing to prevent them having those conversations themselves, but the important point for today is that it isn't material to the planning decision that we're making. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Do I have any other questions? Thank you, Councillor Milnes.
Yes, thank you. I note Marston Parish Council's comments on any potential road link from the roundabout up to Tollbar Road. We know it's a big issue in our area, that junction, and I accept what you say in your report that if they wanted to buy the land in the future, they could, whether there were solar panels on it or not. I just find that a bit surprising. I thought we were trying to put pressure on Highways England to sort that junction out. And but can you just confirm that there's nothing else we could do to try and keep that land safe for Highways England to use, and without them having another excuse to not sort that junction out? It's a big problem for the community, and also, whilst the community funding isn't part of planning, 180k would have gone quite nicely to Highways England to help towards that junction.
Yeah, thank you. Aware of that ambition, certainly locally, and we've talked about it with other schemes. There isn't anything with the, you know, we're looking at the current proposal in front of us and whether it's acceptable in planning terms. Whilst there may be aspirations to link Gonna Be More and Tollbar Lane at some point in the future, that isn't a planning reason to either refuse permission or seek an amendment, you know, to exclude that particular piece of land. That said, as I think I've said in the report or the late items paper, it is a relatively less intrusive type of development, and I think, you know, should that scheme come about in some point, you know, in the future, whether it was directly adjacent to the A1 or cutting across some part of the site, you'd be, you know, you wouldn't be jeopardizing the whole development. And I think, again, there isn't, as far as I know, any proposal to do that at the moment. There's certainly been nothing from Highways England or the local highway authority in the consultation. So we don't have a scheme on the table We don't know which bit of land we would be seeking to preserve. So I think unfortunately the answer is at this stage that there isn't anything further we can do in terms of looking at this application.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, thank you. I notice if we kind of move forward to our 40 years are up, we have got procedure in place to restore the land back for use. And one of the key points regarding this application is the idea is ultimately a temporary measure and it is restorable. But there is research that shows that there is compaction of the land and also potential issues around soil erosion because of the scale and size of the solar farm. That might be an issue potentially here. Do we have any conditions that would require some form of works to restore the quality of the soil once the panels are removed?
Yeah, I mean, it's a I wouldn't say a funny condition, but it's something that bites in 40 years' time. So I might not be the person looking at it at that point in time, but someone will do if this gets approved. And if you look at what it requires is 12 months before the permission expires, it requires them to submit that scheme, and it includes site restoration. And if you look specifically at the first bullet point, the extent of equipment, foundation removal, and the site restoration to be carried out. So I think the removal of the panels and the frame that sits around it isn't particularly going to be a big restoration job, but it would be that substation area that includes all the kit really that sort of links up the supply to the grid. But that would certainly need restoring back to its former use.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think just further to that, the second to last bullet on the same condition also requires full details of all other works to restore the land to allow for agricultural production. So I think in one way or another, it's covered.
Thank you, Emma. Do I have any other questions? I think it's a very good development. It's something that we all need and realise we need is solar energy. The fact that we're not losing the land, it will still be there, it's not going to be put under concrete, is a huge positive. 14,000 homes are going to get electricity, green electricity, which is what we want. So I'm happy to propose this. All right, thank you. Could you just say that, Jackie?
I'll second it.
Lovely, thank you, Jackie. Councillor Milnes?
Yes, I concur with what you've just said. I think I would just like to make the comment that for the future, we do need to be careful about how many we have in one area. We're already starting to conglomerate quite a few solar farms in that area and across the border. So just making the point about cumulative proposals. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Point taken. So we've had a proposer, we've had a seconder. Sorry, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I second your comments regarding the need for sustainable energy. If it's never been highlighted, which it has, this particular week is particular importance that we're looking at this application. But I also, just kind of touching on what Councillor Milne was saying, the other key point is, and it is an issue for our county, I think, is also, of course, we're balancing the need for sustainable energy with the production of food, and ideally more food more locally as well. There's also a need for that, also has environmental consequences. So I just like to make that point too. I don't think in this case it would be excessive, but moving forward, we do need to start looking at that because we do have some superb quality land in our area.
Thank you. I quite agree, but this is not the best land for agriculture. So again, we're going to get good use. Councillor Penny Milnes.
Yes, I think it's grade 3B. But I'm also led to understand that we have an awful lot of grade 3 land in our area. So we just need to be aware of that because that probably is the majority of our acreages. So just making the point.
And duly noted. Thank you. So we've had a proposer, had a seconder. We'll go to the vote then. All those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much and well done. And thank you, Phil, for the, I'm not going to say the word. Presentation, that's it. Thank you. Right, we will go to item 5 now on the agenda, and Councillor Dilks, if you have any disclosures of interest, please let us know. Thank you. And agenda item 4 is being presented by Phil Moore. Thank you. And
Madam Chairman, I wish to apologise for lateness. I was stuck in another council meeting in Lincoln. I did send messages, but I understand they didn't get through.
No, thank you very much. And I don't think we have any speakers. Councillor has not turned up. So, Phil, when you're ready, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Afternoon, everybody. I'm Phil Moore, Special Projects Manager, about to present this application to you. So the application or the proposal is for the erection of 35 dwellings, and this is a reserve matters application. And the reserve matters to be considered are layout, scale, appearance, access and landscaping. In other words, all matters. Site is at the old gravel pit at Langtoft. Was my IT person. Can I have some assistance from IT, please? I need to move it on to the next slide. Thank you very much. So the key issues are principle of development, impact of the layout and design, landscaping on the character of the area, residential amenity, flood risk and drainage, and ecology. So here we have a zoomed out aerial view of the site. And if you can see my cursor moving, that's the approximate area of the site, right on the far southwestern corner of Langtoft village, adjacent to a number of former gravel pits. And this is zoomed in a bit further. The rough outline of the site is where my cursor is going there. Red line of the site. Access onto Stowe Road. Just a few photographs. So it is a brownfield site, despite the look of it. Trees in the background are part of the Langtoft lakes. That's looking south. Again, some more trees at the boundary of the site. Northern boundary of the site. Clearly, it's a site that's surrounded by trees. The access will be from Stowe Road. This is looking westward, round about where the access is, or would be. And this is looking in the opposite direction, access to the right. So when the outline permission was granted, as part of that application, the applicant submitted an illustrative site plan, just to give a general idea of how the site might be developed. As was made clear at the time, it was purely indicative purposes only. This is that plan. And this is the reserve matters layout, which is part of the application that you've got in front of you today. It's not very different from that was shown in the indicative outline plan. As you can clearly see from here, the main access is off Stowe Road. And in fact, to the right here, where my cursor is now, there's an extant permission for a further 5 dwellings, which will be served off the same access. For that permission, some footings have been dug, which has kept that permission alive, and no doubt it will be implemented at some point, but that's a separate site. Now, within the site itself, you've got a fairly large area of open space on the northwest part of the site, and 3 cul-de-sacs, a mixture of different housing types to meet local needs, including 35% affordable housing. And you'll notice as well that the landscaping includes street trees, particularly along this stretch of open space, but also within domestic gardens around all of the cul-de-sacs, as well as hedgerows in front of all the dwellings. So it's a fairly good landscaping scheme. Also shows retention of a number of hedges around the boundaries and new hedges along the south and eastern boundaries. This is the illustration of the drainage layout. Won't go into great detail about that, but just suffice to say that it's a SUDS drainage system, as was required by the outline permission. It involves directing water towards an attenuation pond, which is where my cursor is showing there. And that water will be released at a slow rate into a local stream. Some of the house types, I've not put them all on here because there's quite a few. So notably, there are a number of bungalows in this proposal. It's not something we see very often, but this is one of the house types, which is a bungalow. There's a number of 2-storey house types as well, of different sizes. This is one of the larger ones. Fairly kind of traditional vernacular in style. A smaller 2-storey dwelling, and then just finally an example of some of the affordable dwellings. There are a number of different house types which are affordable, but this one shows semi-detached bungalows with quite attractive looking canopies on the front. So the affordable housing is designed to not stand out, if you like. So in terms of the evaluation, principle of development, already got outline planning permission on the site. So we're only looking at appearance, scale, landscaping, layout, and access. So the principle is already established. There's a good housing mix, including affordable, which complies with our policy H4, which requires a mix to meet local needs. In terms of the landscape impact, site's well set back from the road. You can't really see it from anywhere but within the site itself. Low density, which is appropriate for the rural edge of village context. And various amendments have been made to the proposal since it was originally submitted. It's gone through the design pad process, which has resulted in some improvements and enhancements, which include the addition of street trees, which we're now very much seeing as a necessity on pretty much every housing layout. In terms of other issues, ecology, drainage, contamination, etc., all these issues have been looked at in detail. We've had one or two concerns raised by a small number of neighbours regarding contamination and the capacity of sewage systems, for example. All of these issues have all been resolved through reports submitted by the applicant and through consultee responses that we've received from all the statutory and non-statutory consultees. And there are conditions which deal with all of these issues where necessary. So in conclusion then, the application is recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Phil. We don't have any public speakers on this. So does anybody have any questions for Phil? Councillor Dilks, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phil, for your presentation. I'd just like to ask on the, and I think we all welcome the street trees, as we call them. But obviously the trees that are within the gardens of each individual house, I just wondered, is there any protection for those or longevity of them? If a new resident comes in and doesn't like them, can they just pull them out?
That's a good point. In an ideal world, all street trees would be planted within the highway verge and adopted by the county council. In this case, the public open space, there's a number of trees there which will be, there will be controls over that because that's subject to a landscape management plan. So they can't just be removed, without good reason. It's a good point about the street trees that are in domestic gardens. We don't have the control to, or it would be unreasonable to impose controls that those trees can never be removed if they're in domestic gardens. However, I think because of the nature of the layout on the estate, it's a fairly small estate. I think it's fair to say that most of those trees will be allowed to grow to a maturity, and it will result in a sort of green leafy development, if you like.
Madam Chair, I welcome that, thank you. From what I've read in the report, it suggests that those frontages will have beech hedges along them as well. And so these trees are sort of part of that hedgerow, is that right, Phil?
I believe so, yes. As you can see on the plan on the screen now, there are hedgerows on all the frontages. Again, we have a limited amount of control over those. Inevitably, over time, some residents will want to replace those hedges with possibly fences or different types of hedges. But generally speaking, it will take over a long period of time, a large number of those hedges will stay. That's what we find from developments which do have a high quality landscaping scheme, even if there are no protections for the landscaping.
Thank you, Emma. Did you want to come in?
Yeah, just a very minor point. In just looking back at the outline part of the permission, there is a condition that does require that within 5 years from the first occupation of any of the dwellings, if any of the trees or plants provided as part of the landscaping scheme die, they will be replaced. So there's a little bit of protection, and that's sort of fairly standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins?
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to come back on what Councillor Dilks was saying. I mean, we're looking nowadays at the street scene about tree-lined avenues and, you know, the beautiful places as the government are talking about, and I very much welcome that. What we're not doing, and what we're doing as well to developers to say, you know, like Emma just said, within 5 years you replace like for like. After that, it dies out. So this beautiful place, these lovely streets that the government are talking about, it's in our own design guide about the tree-lined avenues. They shouldn't be for 5 years. They should be for the entirety. So could we not put tree preservation orders on the trees that form part of the street scene? I assume Langtoft's in a conservation area as well, is it? If not, then, well, okay, if it is or not, that's academic, but say the question is, can we put TPOs on all the trees that are a part of this beautiful place street scene?
Unfortunately, no. We could put tree preservation orders on any mature trees which were retained as part of the development. However, to designate a TPO, tree preservation order, the trees have to meet certain criteria, and very, you know, newly planted trees would not meet the criteria of a TPO. Possibly when they, you know, reach a degree of maturity, at that stage, there may be a case for TPO in them, but not at the very start.
Thank you, Emma. You wanted to come in?
I think the time to ask that question actually is as we're approaching the end of the 5 years that they're protected under the condition. And at that point, yes, we can have a look and see. The test is whether or not they're serving of value in terms of amenity, in terms of the character of the area. So yes, we could look at that. It's not good practice to just put a blanket TPO on. We sometimes do it in order for expediency if we feel that the trees are at threat. But then you're supposed to go back in and revise it to individually TPO individual trees. But we can look at it closer to the time if that's appropriate and do a proper assessment. There's an assessment called a tempo assessment that we would use as a tool.
Lovely, thank you, Emma. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to allude to. It's not just put a blanket TPO on it, but all the ones that are actually part of the street scene, this tree-lined avenue and I welcome that in design, but there's no point having a tree-lined avenue with no trees on it in 5 years' time. So yeah, not a blanket TPO, but only the trees that are 5 years and are really at they're going to be taken away or they'll die. They're the ones that want to be singled out for tree preservation to preserve the tree-lined streets that we are working hard to try and get.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Okay. Right, Penny Milnes. Thank you, Councillor Milne.
Yes, on the same theme, I'm a little concerned that we're relying an awful lot on private space for the hedgerows and a lot of the trees. I have seen many estates where after a few years you suddenly get fencing, hedges gone, people don't want to cut them, look after them. So I'm a little concerned that the major part of the landscaping scheme we can't control at all. Which defeats the object, as Councillor Robbins has said. You know, we're looking at a nice green projection there, but that could be quite a false or an illusionary plan. And I do worry about that because I've seen it so many times where it just degrades completely over time, and that is not the way we should be going forward. So I would like to ask, how can we protect a landscape scheme? There must be some way we can do it. Otherwise, what's the point in having it?
Thank you, Emma.
I think from my experience, yes, you will end up with some people perhaps don't want as much landscaping on their properties, and you get that in any estate. So we could look at removing permitted development rights if that's not already done in terms of hard standing. So that would prevent areas being concreted over and retain them as garden. But beyond that, it's really difficult to insist that they're retained in private gardens to a particular standard. I also find that if you plant trees within rear gardens and have a few dotted around in key strategic places, that they're more likely to stay, certainly in the shorter term, than relying on land or new homeowners planting them after the event. But I think generally, you know, people have a bit of pride in where they live, and I think they will move here because it's a well-designed environment, and hopefully they'll wish to keep it in that particular way.
Thank you, Emma. Councillor Penny-Milnes, did you want to come back on that point?
Yes, I think it's wishful thinking, and we shouldn't be relying on wishful thinking. I'm quite amazed by this, because we have absolutely no control, do we? And I say I have seen it so many times, and the major part of that landscaping scheme is wishful thinking as to how it's all going to be maintained or kept. And well, I'm really surprised that we accept something like that, that we can't control. Anyway, I shall leave my comment there. That's what I think about it.
Thank you. I think our hands are tied on that. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. We mentioned the protection potentially of existing trees, but what slightly concerns me, if we look at this plan, I can't see that many existing trees left. Can you? No, well, it looks from the satellite image that there could be. I'm just going to ask that question. Can you kind of overlay or give us an indication where there is existing vegetation? Because obviously, if there is any, we ideally want to protect it.
Thank you, Phil.
So as I understand it, there are no mature trees within the site that are proposed to be retained. Currently, the site is kind of scrubland at the moment, and it has a row of overgrown leylandii, which is not something that we want to retain. The plans do show that the existing mature hedges along the boundaries would be retained, and new hedgerows planted on the other boundaries. Again, to some extent, they are boundaries of private properties, so we're limited in what we can do. But as Emma said, generally speaking, I would agree with Emma that people, when they move into a place with a good landscaping scheme, will generally not want to rip it all out and start again. You will over time get some people making their own alterations, but generally speaking, it does stay reasonably intact, particularly after the trees become sort of semi-mature after 5 years or so. There's less sort of impetus to just take them out and put your own stamp on it.
Thank you. Did you want to come back?
Madam Chairman, I was going to move it on to and I was going to say, you know, I welcome the comments. I think we are doing pretty much as we, you know, we are limited in what we can do, but I welcome the fact that, you know, we are at least trying to get the tree lined main streets through. If I will make my point, if I may, and I do agree. I personally would like to hope that people moving into, you know, seeing that when you drive in off the main road onto that sort of tree line thing, I think most people moving there would want to keep it and keep it nice. I would say that. That's being hopeful. My disappointment in the scheme, if I can say, just looking at it, and you know, I am looking at the new design guidelines that we adopted, and yes, street trees was part of that. But the other main bit was not having any stub junctions or trying to avoid them. And there are 3 there that, you know, the bin lorries, for example, are going to have to turn around in 3 different places there. And I just, you know, we're looking at one of the key issues is the impact of the layout and design. And to me, that is the main problem with this site, is it could have been a little circular road around. And I just wondered if we tried to get that, and I wasn't at the design pad, but if they looked at it and, you know, why can we not get, you know, a circular road round, which would be much more preferable and would cause fewer problems of people having to turn around in those hammerheads, you know, including the bin men. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
So the honest answer is that neither did I attend the PAD meetings. So I'm not aware of what discussions went on at those PAD meetings, or to what extent we were able to push for the kind of layout that you're suggesting. I think what we have in front of us now is obviously recommended for approval. So the design officer will have kind of not, let's put it this way, not fundamentally objected to it for us to put it forward for approval now. But yeah, I wasn't at the design pad, so I can't really give you any more details about how far we were able to push it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie Smith.
Thank you. If I just go back to the hedges and so on, my experience is that people get enthusiastic initially and then later on get a bit tired of having to keep hedges trimmed or etc. And probably one of the better things would be to, because not everybody has equipment to trim hedges and so on, to include it as part of the keeping the streets clean and keeping the hedges trimmed would perhaps encourage a lot of people to do their bit as well.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan, did you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to get confirmation that the county will be adopting the roads, that the road build will be to the quality that will enable them to do that. And that therefore that means they would be able to take the weight of our fire engines, which are 15 tonnes at least. I'm a bit concerned as well. Actually, I'd like to thank Councillor Dilks actually for pointing out. If we look at the plan at the very bottom left-hand corner, there is what looks to me like a private drive, and it's not clear there if we'd be expecting our vehicle or any waste collection people to drive down there to get to that very end house. If not, what would be the waste management plan? Have we got the waste management plan that would require those people at the end of there to leave their bins at the top, and that could then cause issues regarding manoeuvring on that particular at the end of that. I don't think that is very good design at all. I don't think that's been thought through.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Phil.
So yes, Councillor Morgan, you're correct. That is a private drive at the south-western edge of the site. As I understand it, there is a bin collection area at the point where that private drive joins onto the adopted highway. So all residents will be expected to take their bins down there for collection. And they would know that, you know, at the point of buying a house, they'd be well aware that that's what they need to do if they want to get the bins emptied. And the roads, as I understand it, the main roads throughout the site will be adopted by Lincolnshire County Council.
Thank you, Phil. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. There's a separate issue, and it's regarding the access of a fire engine, because it looks like the main thoroughfares in the estate they would be able to, but it looks like came across this issue on another new development, and I turned out to be correct, unfortunately. And that is, it looks to me like an engine would only be able to get to that point where we're saying there'd be a bin collection. And then if there were a fire at the house at the end, we'd be expecting fire officers to somehow get all their equipment all the way down that drive and potentially upstairs in that property. Now that they actually legally can't carry their equipment beyond a certain distance, and I think that exceeds it. Have we specifically asked the fire brigade to look at that particular point?
Thank you, Phil.
So there is a condition on the outline permission that requires a single fire hydrant to be provided on site and details of where that fire hydrant will be. That's a separate issue. That will be resolved by condition. We haven't had any objections from the fire authority. They, you know, if they have any concerns about the ability of a fire engine or fire appliance to get to any part of the site, they will raise that. And private drives, I don't know the exact width of that private drive, but they have to be a minimum width to be acceptable to the Highways Authority. And that minimum width is plenty enough for a fire engine to get through. So I don't, there are no properties on this site where a fire engine would not be able to access this needs be.
Thank you, Phil. Do I have any other questions from anybody? Hang on.
Oh, sorry. We
Councillor
have
Dilks,
it,
go
mate.
on.
It's just on that point, you know, I mean, could we just clarify? I understand, you know, that highways would object if they were asked, but there's nothing in the report from the Highways Authority at all. And I think Charmaine Morgan raises a very valid point here. And also, you know, have the fire brigade actually been consulted on this, or are they required to be consulted on this actual application?
Thank you, Phil. Phil?
They're not a statutory consultancy. I haven't got access to the system to be able to tell you whether they were consulted. My colleague Phil says yes, they have. We didn't, according to the report, we didn't receive anything from them. And the absence of a comment, as we're told by the fire authority, means they don't have an objection.
Thank you. Emma, you want to come in?
Thank you. Also, in addition to that, we do consult the County Council as the Highways Authority, and they will look at things like the construction of the road in terms of adoption, whether it's built to suitable standards and widths. But they will also look at safety, so turning in the hammerheads that you mentioned, that was mentioned earlier, and bits and pieces. So they do look at the highways in the round as well. So they should be picking up some of those issues as well in terms of accessibility for larger vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins, Nick Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Phil, just a question to you. The strategic housing market assessment for that particular area, has that been satisfied by this development? Because I can't believe for a minute that there's no one-bedroom dwellings that have come out of an assessment for housing in a village like that. And the second question, just to the sort of the southeast of the site, where Councillor Dilks says it's a hammerhead junction, that looks to me like an extension to the next field, or the second part of the next field. And again, the question was like the last one and the one before that is, how are we going to stop developers from doing developments in piecemeal?
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Phil.
So if I'm going to address the second point first, as you rightly say, the hammerhead junction on the southern boundary, it does go right up to the boundary, which implies the developers are potentially looking at future development there in the future, at some point in the future. However, that, as with any development, that will depend on planning policy, whatever it is at that time. And as it stands at the moment, anybody who wanted to propose an extension of this development or some kind of development using that as an access would have to propose something which is policy compliant. So it doesn't automatically mean because they put a road, an access there, that any development is automatically acceptable. It comes down to the local plan process, allocating sites. It may well be, I don't know, it may well be that next time the local plan is reviewed, we'll be looking for sites. Somebody might put that site forward. I'm not saying it will happen, but you know, the existence of an access does not necessarily mean that development will come forward at any point. I think your other point about housing needs, as I understand it, there are no one-bedroom houses within this site. However, there are a good mix of other sizes of properties, 2, 3, 4, and 5-bedroom houses, and a number of affordable houses of different sizes and tenures. So there is a good mix there, which contributes to local need. It's not always possible to provide for every single eventuality. There are other factors as well, design and landscape factors that might mean that, for example, a block of one-bedroom flats might not be acceptable. So inevitably, it's a compromise. You can't satisfy every single housing need that's been identified. But what we want to achieve through policy H4 is a good mix of housing that contributes to the overall need and isn't just a single, you know, every house is a 5-bedroom executive home or whatever.
Thank you, Phil. Nick?
Thank you. Yeah, I get policy H4 completely. The question was, has strategic housing market assessment been satisfied by, has that market assessment for housing, has it brought up any need for one-bedroom dwellings? Because actually, I know you can't legislate for every different house and every different person, but surely the strategic housing market assessment needs to be at least consulted with or on to satisfy a local need for the type of housing. And if that market need is, or the assessment shows a need for a 1, 2 or 3 one-bedroom dwellings, then now's the time to do it, isn't it? Rather than having something off-site or somewhere isolated. And with the density of it, and I applaud the density of less than, or much less than 30 per hectare, it's about 11, isn't it? 12 per hectare. Now's the time to put the one-bedroom dwellings in to satisfy the housing assessment.
I'm not sure I can give you an answer on that, Councillor Robbins. The case officer, I'm sure, will have looked at the mix of houses and consulted the strategic housing market assessment and come to a conclusion as to whether or not this development goes some way towards meeting those needs and the requirements of policy H4. I don't know what the assessment says in terms of any need for one-bedroom houses in Langtoft, so sorry I can't answer that one.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy?
Yeah, but on the positive side, one of the biggest comment, or one of the most regular comments we get, is that there is no bungalows, like I say, and so, you know, at least on this one there is a good mix, including bungalows, including some affordable ones as well, which is quite unusual, I think, sort of certainly in my experience on this committee.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Morgan?
Thank you. Going back to that private drive, sorry, because there will be vehicles going along there, I noticed we have got a property 29, but there's a few along the edge of that actually, so it's not so private. What is the treatment, what will the treatment be of the frontages where we haven't got hedgerows, because there is no hedgerow or anything indicated in that area? If you could just clarify that would be useful. And then I'd just like to go back about the, I guess, so I've got a real bee in my bonnet because I was right last time on this concern. I know we said we consulted with the fire brigade, but this came up before, and what we'd actually done is simply sent them a copy of our planning list that we do every week. They hadn't actually seen the detailed plan. Have we actually? So I just would like clarification regarding when we said we've consulted with them, what we meant.
Thank you, Phil.
So in terms of consulting the fire brigade, as confirmed by my colleague, Mr. Jordan, we did specifically consult them on this application. The other question about boundary treatments, I presume you mean the private drive area to the south. It's not showing any kind of boundary treatment on the frontages of those properties on this site plan. So I would assume those to be open boundaries.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes.
Just taking policy H4 slightly forwards as well. The bungalows, are they all designed to be accessible for older people and disabled people, or are they just small bungalows?
Phil, can you answer that for me?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure I know the answer to that one.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from anybody? Councillor Cambry-Brown. Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Could I ask the officer to pursue that last question? Because it is essential in this day and age, these bungalows, when they're built, are built with the wider doorways and accessibility for people who become less agile in their old age. I was very surprised actually to see on this plan 3-bedroom bungalows. I think it's a good step forward and should be encouraged actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions? I, like Councillor Bellamy and Councillor Cambry-Brown, are pleased that we've actually got some bungalows for a change, because we don't get many of them. And the designs of the houses look really good. They don't look like they've just come off the shelf like we get many. They do look individual. It's got street trees. It's, you know, I think it is a good design. It's low density, and I'm quite happy to propose this. Do I have a seconder? I think Councillor Penny Robbins had a hand up first. So do you want to?
Yeah, I'll second this. Thank you.
Thank you. So if we're done with debate.
We haven't started it yet, Madam Chairman.
Well, we do debate and questions all in one now. We have done for some time.
Okay, well, I would like your indulgence to speak if I may. I asked questions, but I did want to speak in the debate. The reason is I've got to say it's and whilst it's not a declaration, this application is within my county division, where I actually campaigned earlier this year, and indeed was elected overwhelmingly to on a mandate of working towards a moratorium on major housing applications along the A15 corridor, as this is, until issues with the A15 are properly addressed. And whilst I appreciate that this is, you know, the detailed application and it is already passed, then you know that moment has passed on this. So I am not attempting to get that. Although I do note that Langtoft Parish Council, whilst welcoming the £23,000 for the off-site play equipment under a 106 agreement, so that they don't have to put it on the front, on that open space at the front. The Langtoft Parish Council, and I regret it's not in the report, but they actually did ask for road improvements, you know, or they did request that. And of course, you know, the officers wrote back and said, you know, sorry, that's not possible under this. So there is real concern about, you know, the road safety in that area, not within the site, but in the general area. And it is a fact that this application, if passed, as I'm sure it will be, will do nothing to, will add to the problems of the A15 that are there every day. I really do welcome, you know, the tree situation. I appreciate there's problems. I raised them, you know, of the trees in people's gardens, but I think that it is at least moving ahead on that, and I look forward in 5 years to seeing what really has happened, you know, with that. That's interesting. We could actually look and see if we've got any others that are coming up, you know, to see what the experience is locally. I think that's all I'd say. I'm not against the application. I welcome the houses in Langtoft, as I'm sure the other local residents would. But I think the design actually could have been better. I take what colleagues are saying about the hammerheads are there for possible future development, but I still think it could have been a circular design, and that would have been actually beneficial. And, you know, there are particular concerns about that bottom, you know, the houses in that bottom, almost, dare I say, forgotten corner. Thank you, but I won't be voting against it. I may abstain. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thank you very much. I'm actually, I'm going back to my private drive. There is no pedestrian footpath along there. There is in the rest of the estate, but not there. I'm actually going to vote against this because I just feel that I agree with a lot of the comments that seeing bungalows, etc., is good, but we only get one chance to get this right. And I think they're nearly there, but what I think they've tried to do is squeeze two, probably because they've spread, it's a more open development in other areas on the estate. They've just tried to squeeze too much in and that corner, and I don't think it's going to work in reality. And I am particularly unhappy with that corner and the lack of pedestrian safety measures actually there. So I will be refusing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills.
Well, I was going to suggest that we sent this back to the designers because I think there are several issues been raised this afternoon that we don't like about the design, the layout, the hammerheads. In fact, I seem to remember from our highways training only a couple of weeks ago that the county was saying they don't like that sort of arrangement anymore. That, you know, where the dustbin lorries have to back in and back out or not get round. I'm also, I'm still concerned about having a lot of landscaping within a private arrangement, and I wouldn't like to set a precedent that we're going to accept this on lots of other estates. So that is one of my suggestions, is that we send this back to be redesigned, if we can. Amend it, yes.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else wish to speak?
If that's an amendment, Madam Chairman, I would second that.
Right. Well, that's to defer it and send it back, so it's not an amendment, is it?
Well, it'd be a proposal to defer it and send it back to be redesigned.
So we'll do the proposal I've proposed and seconded first. If that doesn't get through, then we'll go with your proposal and get a vote. Councillor Morgan.
Just got a technical question on that, because the reason I said I'd refuse is because I thought we couldn't defer with such a major change, i.e. redesigning it in effect is a refusal of the application as it stands before us. So I'd appreciate a legal comment on that.
Emma, thank you.
From a perspective, I mean, the committee, as long as the resolution is reasonable, you could request deferral for further amendments, but you would need to be very clear what was not right and what needed addressing, because when you have the application back, there is a realistic expectation that if they have addressed those points, that all other matters are acceptable. So for example, if you wanted them to just take another look at the landscaping, for example, it could be argued unreasonable if you subsequently came back and said, well, actually, I've now got a problem with the housing mix. You should have picked that up at this point. On a practical note, I think you need to think carefully about deferment. I don't have a particular problem with it, as long as there's a very clear, these are the things you need to look at. But what's the scale of the amendments? If it's a complete and utter redesign, then deferral may not be the better option. But I think it depends in your minds whether it's modest amendments or something more fundamental to the scheme, particularly if that fundamental to the scheme is perhaps going to really change the form and the layout of the development. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for ease, I mean, I'm happy with that. If it's a standard width of road on that private road, I'm quite happy with that. In emergency vehicles, I don't think there was a need to access and egress in a forward gear. So that's a drive in, do your stuff and drive out, or reverse out again, that's fine. To make it easier, could we condition the development that the permitted development rights are taken away from the householder to remove trees and hedges?
Emma?
Not to remove trees and hedges because that's not development, but you could remove the permitted development rights in terms of hard standing, for example. So that would prevent the landscaping going to hard surfacing, but you'd need to give a reason. I would suggest here in the concerns, it's probably in the general amenity and the character of the area, and to protect the street scene. I should warn, it doesn't prevent a planning application coming in and you having to assess that, and that might be acceptable, assessed on its merits, but it would remove permitted development rights, so it would stop that automatic sort of concreting over, as it were.
Councillor Mills?
Yes, that doesn't prevent them taking out a hedge and trees though, does it? It just prevents them bricking over the front garden. Am I right?
So the planning conditions on the original outline protects the trees for a period and the landscaping for a period of 5 years from first occupation. Beyond that, if the trees remain unprotected, and it is only the trees in terms of a preservation order, and that is a different matter you'd have to assess if we were to look at that. But generally speaking, the removal of landscaping, hedges and trees is not development. So unless they're unprotected, unless they're protected, they do not need consent from this council to remove them. And you can't condition it beyond the 5 years. That's not reasonable.
Right, thank you. Have we all finished in the debate? Councillor Moore?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because I'm just picking up something Councillor Robbins said about the private drive. I think I'm satisfied with the answers we've had, especially if the fire brigade are happy with that. But that doesn't answer the point that we've got a number of houses at the end of that, and there's no pedestrian access, safe pedestrian access to that. We've got a narrower driveway accessing that site. And they are multi-bedroom houses as well, I've just checked.
Thank you. Councillor Milnes, and then we will go to the vote because we're going around in circles a bit. Thank you.
I'm just considering what Emma has said about the scale of any changes. On reflection, they might be quite significant from what we've all been saying. Can we still defer it and have significant changes? Because it isn't just one or two little things, it is quite a substantial amount of issues.
Well, I think we need to go to the first vote, which has been proposed and seconded. If that doesn't pass, then we'll concur or find out from there if you're proposing. Okay? Councillor Rob.
Sorry, before we go to the vote, can we condition the permitted development into that decision?
We'll just find out.
Yeah, because actually I'd be minded to approve or to go for approval if if the permitted development was taken away to protect exactly what we're trying to establish in the district, which is a tree-lined street scene. And it would be a shame if it was taken away after 5 years, or it started to erode after 5 years.
Thank you. Emma?
I'm just double checking the outline, just in case it's on there for you. But if that amendment to the motion was proposed and seconded, then yes, we could add that condition.
I'm quite happy to propose to accept that condition with my original proposal. Are you happy to accept that?
Councillor Robbins who seconded the motion.
Penny Robbins, are you happy to accept that?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. Yeah.
Right, lovely, thank you. So that's proposed and seconded. We're going to the vote. So, Councillor Mills.
So I'd just like clarification on exactly what that involves and what it protects. I thought we could only condition no hard standing. I'm not quite sure that protects the trees.
That's correct. So it would prevent hard surfacing being laid down. So it wouldn't per se protect the trees, but it would protect the front garden area as a green space.
Okay. We are kind of, I think, tied on what we can say and want. So we've had a proposal, which was myself, had a seconder, Councillor Penny Robbins. All those in favour, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, yeah. 6 in favour. Thank you. Those against? And no abstentions. Thank you. So that has been carried and that has been granted. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will go to agenda item 6, which is being presented by Phil Jordan. And thank you, Phil Moore, for your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the next application is S210964. I won't read that full description out, but it's a Section 73 application, which is it's an application to amend an existing planning permission, and the description there details the various conditions which are to be removed, the additional condition that's to be added, and then various conditions which are to be amended. The application site is on land north of Dysart Road in Grantham. And I've already introduced myself earlier as Phil Jordan. So just before I get into the key issues, there was one additional item which is set out in the additional items paper, and that was an amendment to the sustainable building condition. That's condition 4 in the main report, and essentially what that does is it changes that condition to from a condition that was seeking submission of further details to a compliance condition, and that was following the applicant submitting further details around both the sustainable building credentials of the dwellings themselves, as well as a plan showing the various electric charging points located throughout the site. So the key issues that are detailed in the main report are around the principle of development, affordable housing, the design of the scheme, any impacts on neighbouring properties, highways details, flood risk, ecology and biodiversity, and then the sustainable building details that I've just mentioned. The application site itself, you can see it's located to the west of Grantham. So just where my cursor is running down, that's the A1. Just beyond the A1 is the edge of Barrowby village. And just to the north of the site, you can see on that aerial image there, you can see what looks like sort of a different colour on the screen. And that's the countryside scheme that's accessed off Barrowby Road that's currently undergoing construction. This is the same image, just zoomed in a bit further, and you can see the existing dwellings that are located both to the south and east of the site, as well as the A1 which bounds the site. And the current use of the site is just really, I would say agricultural, but it's been sort of left as pasture for some number of years now. The location plan that sets out the extent of the site and the site layout. It's important to note here that the planning permission that's been approved, the S14 reference that's detailed in the main report, that is a current permission. It's a permission that's been implemented. So what that means is that the permission, they've had all of the necessary details that were required by condition approved, and they've actually made a start on site. So that permission is extant, and to some extent we can't revisit those details that have already been established. So the details around layout and the house types themselves, to a large extent, as I say, they have been approved, and that is an extant permission. More recently, the extant permission, some minor amendments to the house types were approved, and they were approved through the non-material amendment procedure. So that made sort of subtle changes to the house types that had previously been approved under that S14 reference number. Just while we look at the house types here, it is worth noting that they're slightly more contemporary in appearance than some of the houses that were previously approved. The current applicant, Ilke Homes, who are going to speak, will, I'm sure, cover this in a bit more detail, but Ilke Homes are a modular house builder, and it's, I would say, slightly unusual in compared to the majority of schemes that we look at. But what that means is these houses are largely constructed off-site and then brought to the site, and effectively the final construction's done in that way. What that does mean is it's a much sort of faster method of construction, and it enables the site to be delivered and built out much more quickly than a traditional scheme would. So just running through the detail that's in the main report, as I've said already, the S14 2953 permission, that establishes the principle of development, and all the details that sit under that have been approved, and that remains extant. The application seeking to vary the conditions on that extant permission, and what that does is it would reflect various details that have already been approved. So it turns the conditions from requiring submission of further details to capturing those details that we've already approved. The significant change with this application is when this was originally granted planning permission, the core strategy requirement for affordable housing was 35%, and that's what's required in the current Section 106 agreement. In this instance, the applicant is requesting that the affordable housing requirement is reduced to be a minimum of 20%, and that would bring the scheme in line with the requirements in the current local plan policy H2. That change happened when the new local plan was adopted and is underpinned by the whole plan viability assessment. And what that sought to do was reduce the level of affordable housing within and around Grantham to enable the delivery of sites which had otherwise stalled, and to sort of encourage new development to come forward as well. And this site is an example of a site that has stalled. As I said, that S14 number, you can see by the reference, it was submitted in 2014, granted permission in 2016, and nothing has happened with the site up until now. It is relevant to consider the fallback position, and really what we're doing in this instance is considering two fallback positions and sort of merging them together into one new decision. So you've got the fallback position of all those details that have already been approved, so the layout, the house types, and all the conditions details that have been approved. But you've also got the fallback position of, if the applicant submitted a fresh application tomorrow, the policy requirements would need to be assessed against the new local plan. So whilst the application does seek to reduce the threshold of affordable housing to 20%, it's also been assessed against those enhanced requirements of the local plan. So, for example, the drainage scheme was updated to ensure that the SUD scheme allowed for the current policy requirements, which is dealing with 1 in 100-year flood events plus that 30% climate change allowance. Updated ecology work has been submitted, which has enabled a biodiversity mitigation and enhancement plan to be submitted, and therefore that aspect of the scheme is now compliant with policy EN2. They've also submitted, as I've said, the sustainable building details, which covers both the fabric of the buildings themselves and their own insulation and carbon or CO2 efficiency properties, as well as submitting a scheme showing electric vehicle charging points around the site. The developer has also submitted details that demonstrate the policy requirement for a number of dwellings within the site would meet that optional building regulation standard, whereby those properties would be accessible and adaptable. That was touched on in the last application. That sits under the design policy. So that's it really covers things like level accesses to the site, certain width of doorway, certain width of corridors that enable those properties to be readily adaptable should someone who was less able want to move into them or purchase them. I've spoke a bit about the nature of the house builder. That's not really a sort of material planning consideration, but it perhaps is of interest to members in that the entire site in this instance would be built by a modular house builder. We have seen it. I think the council developed some properties that were constructed off site, some of the ones on Kinalton Court that were recently done, but we haven't seen anything on this scale in the district, you know, over 200 dwellings that would be constructed in this modular off-site way. I've already talked about the site has stalled, and the previous owner of the site had contacted the council discussing viability issues. So that has been sort of evidenced previously, and it's now this policy change that allows that reduction in affordable housing, which would bring additional funding into the scheme. As I've said, it's an opportunity really to ensure the scheme's delivered and also to enhance the scheme beyond what's currently been approved. all of the other financial contributions that are in the Section 106 agreement, there's a substantial amount in there for education, health, there's highways contribution. All of those amounts would remain the same and be index linked from the date of that current agreement. So what was secured in 2016 would be index linked and achieved today's rates. So in summary and conclusion, the recommendation is that the scheme should be approved in accordance with the recommendation in 10.3 of the main report, which is subject to completion of that deed of variation to the original Section 106 agreement and the schedule of conditions as proposed as recommended in the main report, with that condition 4 updated in the additional items paper. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Phil, for that presentation. And we have the applicant's agent, Tom Dwyer. If you'd like to come up and speak, thank you for being patient and waiting. You have 3 minutes, and Shelley will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. So start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. My name is Tom Dwyer. I'm a land manager at Ilke Homes, who are the applicants for this scheme. As an introduction to Ilke, we are one of the country's largest fully volumetric modular house builders. We're at the forefront of modern methods of construction, being the only volumetric house builder to benefit from NHBC accreditation. Our homes are manufactured off-site in our factory in Yorkshire. Off-site manufacture brings significant benefits to local communities, including an accelerated build period, much less noise and disruption, and significantly fewer vehicle movements associated with the construction process. The product also offers excellent sustainability and energy-saving credentials. As you're aware, the application site benefits from full planning permission, which was granted in 2016. Planning permission was then lawfully implemented in 2019, but has since remained undeveloped. In order to bring the site forward and deliver the 227 new homes, Ilke Homes has partnered with Man Group, and works have recently commenced on site to construct these dwellings. The main purpose of this application is to vary the terms of the Section 106 to align the obligation for affordable housing to accord with the current policy requirements. By doing this, it allows us to secure additional grant funding from Homes England, which will unlock the site and see it completed, with all 227 homes built within the next 18 months. This is significantly faster than traditional construction methods would allow for. The development will offer a number of tenures, with all affordable properties being secured for people with a local connection. Further to this, additional discounted market rental properties will be prioritised for key workers. Sustainability is of great importance to us. Our homes are low carbon and high performing, and exceed current building regulations by 20% as standard. As part of this application, we are providing an additional biodiversity enhancement plan and proposed a scheme for the provision of electric vehicle charging points to further future-proof and enhance the sustainability of the site. Approval of this application would lead to the supply of a diverse range of new homes of high quality to meet the needs of local people, making a positive contribution to the locality and bring forward this long-awaited allocated site. We therefore respectfully invite you to agree with your officer's recommendation, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Tom. Do I have any questions for the applicant's agent? Councillor Bellamy?
Is this construction method, is it sort of competitive with sort of traditional ways of building? So, or is it sort of comparable, if you like, you know, sort of in how much it costs to build, and, you know, just as if you was building one unit, you know, and did it in that method, is it cheaper to build it that way, or more expensive, or?
At this point, it's probably fair to say that it's a more costly construction method. I think over time, with efficiencies within the factory, for example, where they're built, that we all hope as an industry that that's going to come down. I think in terms of another point on the comparable nature of it with traditional method, I think the lay person would walk into one of the properties and you wouldn't tell the difference, which I think is a real testament to it. But it's fair to say at this point in time, it is more costly than traditional methods.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Has the method, the build method, affected the viability, which has then not had a knock-on impact on the amount of affordable housing And would using more traditional methods mean that you, in fact, wouldn't need to lose the affordable housing?
Probably two parts to that. The first note being that as a modular house builder, we only do modular construction. The purpose of the application is to secure grant funding to provide additional affordable housing. Affordable housing secured within the 106 doesn't allow you to attract Homes England grant funding. So by aligning the policy with the current requirements, we can attract more grant funding from Homes England to secure discounted market rent properties for key workers and affordable housing for local connections.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? Thank you. Thank you. Right, we will go to questions to the officer and debate then. Thank you. Do I have any questions for Phil? Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, just picking up first of all on the point about the amount of affordable housing. I know you referred to the fact there'd been some inquiries by phone regarding viability, but it does sound like one of the issues is the type of build that's going on the site. So can you confirm what evidence actually do we have? Because it's quite key, because it's affecting, as we stand today, what the amount of affordable housing or the actual development itself going ahead or not as it is today with the current conditions, including the previous affordable housing. And I understand from your report that we can't actually give any weight to the fact that there could be an application made for a grant. Can you clarify if that is correct or not? Because obviously that therefore would have some bearing on this. The other concern or query I've got is around actually what we're voting for, because my understanding is that we are asking us to agree changes to the conditions, but it also states in your report that in effect this would create a new permission. So can you explain what's the difference then between that? Because it feels a bit like the applicant's cherry picking, and that I'm uncomfortable with that. So I just need to understand why we aren't saying to them, put in a new application. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. So the first point about the viability, the evidence that underpins that in the new local plan is the whole plan viability assessment, and that's where the thresholds now come from. And one of the reasons for having that differentiation between Grantham and the rest of the district, so the 20% and the 30%, was to avoid lots of site-specific viability assessments and arguments that we used to see much more regularly. So that's the evidence base that justifies what amount of affordable housing is acceptable in the different localities around the district. The point in the report about the weight, what the applicant is actually saying, as the agent sort of just articulated, was that the purpose of them seeking to reduce the amount of affordable housing is to attract grant funding to the scheme. So Ilke Homes are the house builder, and they're developing this in partnership with a registered provider. That additional grant money into the scheme, what they're saying to us is that enables them to provide more of enable them to provide more of these houses at a discounted market rate. Or shared ownership type properties. But what I'm saying in the report is that's not something we can give weight to, because what we're doing is what we're being asked to do is amend the legal agreement from a minimum of 35% to a minimum of 20%. So we need to view this application today as just that what they're seeking to do is provide 20% affordable housing. So that's the point that members need to have in the forefront of their minds when considering the application. The the point about the conditions, what a Section 73 application does is it picks up a current permission, and you can't change the description of development. You can just make amendments to the conditions. You can take conditions away, you can add conditions, or you can vary the wording of individual conditions. But what you do is when you grant permission under Section 73 is you grant a new planning permission. That's different to a non-material amendment where you have an amendment that sits alongside a current permission. A Section 73 actually picks up that old permission and then grants a brand new permission with all of those new conditions either reworded, removed, or added. What we also need to do when we grant a new permission then is link up the legal agreement that sits alongside it. So that can sometimes just be as simple as ensuring the reference number of the new Section 73 permission ties in with the old agreement, or you can use it as an opportunity to make drafting amendments to the legal agreement itself, which is what's being done in this case. So it is a slightly unusual application in some senses, and as you say, Councillor Morgan, it's sort of, or as I said as well, it's sort of taking two fallback positions and using it to secure an outcome. But in my view, in my opinion, it is being done with the best interests and the best outcome of the scheme as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, one of the, I mentioned a bit about the cherry picking. One of the site concerns I've got, and it's a question for you. If we go to 7.4.3 on page 89, we've got public representations, and what I'm slightly concerned about is the change to design as well as some of the buildings. And although we're saying, well, it isn't that great and may not warrant refusal overall, we still need to consider the impact of individual properties and individuals, because they don't live overall. These people are directly affected by these changes. And what's been raised is a concern about the impact of the height of some of the new designs and being 2.5 stories. And in effect, that can add almost like another floor. Can you just highlight for us and where that issue arises and why you think it's not an issue?
Thank you, Phil.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. So one of the amendments which was or has been previously approved is that addition of extra floor space. The reason that's not seen to be material in terms of impact on neighbouring amenity is that the separation distance between the current dwellings and the proposed dwellings remains the same. The overall height of the property adds less than a metre to the height of the property overall, with the eaves height just being 300 mil above where it is currently, so a foot, or in old money, or 30 centimetres, and that additional bedroom in the or living space in the roof space on that rear elevation, there aren't any sort of dormers or windows that result in any further overlooking. It's a roof light in the slope of the rear roof, and that, I'm just looking at the report, that sort of bottom part of the roof light is 1.9 meters above floor level, so you wouldn't be able to stand up and look out of that window. So all those things considered together, in my assessment and opinion, is that it doesn't lead to any further material impact on the amenity of those neighbouring residents.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? No. Do I have anybody wishing to speak in the debate? Thank you, councillor Bellamy.
Yeah, well, it's just a comment more than anything. I think during some of our talks that we had or training and on the local plan and that, I think one of the relevant points that was made that during the consultation phase of the local plan, it was argued that you'd end up with more affordable housing by dropping it to 20%. Because you'd get more builds coming forward. And I presume this is the result of that, by the sounds of it. So overall, over a period of time, we'll end up with more affordables than we would have done if we'd have stuck at 30, because there'll be more builds coming forward.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan again, thank you.
Thank you. I wasn't going to touch on it, but actually I have got concerns regarding the lack of affordable or reduction in affordable housing in the Grantham area. The reason is that, in fact, the incomes of people in the Grantham area tend to be lower than a lot of the incomes across the rest of the district. And in fact, I know in my ward, we've got some of the poorest people in the entire country. So there is an issue with that. Given current events and the situation in the market at the moment, I think actually we could review that policy. However, we are where we are today. And just picking up, I suppose, on a more positive note, I'm a grand design fan, so I have seen some other developments where this method is used, and it is a very attractive and a good way forward. And I actually think we should support this. Thank you. So I'd like to propose an approval.
Thank you, and I'll quite happily second that. Thank you. So does anybody else wish to speak, ask questions? We have a proposer, we have a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Caberry-Brown.
I was going to ask something about this, because I was under the impression that we were going to have some of these houses put into the Avenue Road site. I know that's a different subject that we'll be discussing, but I can remember this was going to come up some 18 months ago, and by now they should have been up and kind of lived in. Now, I think these houses are terrific because they are new, they're easily heated, I assume, but that was something I was going to ask about. What kind of heating do they have, these houses? Please.
Do you know, Phil? Could you turn your microphone off, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'm not absolutely certain on all the heating types. I maybe get a nod at the back of, is there inclusion of air source heat pumps, and is it gas? Yeah. And in the submission, there's talk of integrated, potential for integrated solar in some of them. Yeah, so I don't really caught that, but it's predominantly electric boilers, likely with integration of solar into that electric system would be the predominant heating method.
Thank you.
Can I just say that's fine? It's just that we pass these things sometimes and don't go into the ins and outs of exactly how these people are going to manage to keep themselves warm. So I thought it was quite an issue I just wanted to know about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
I've just recommended before, but this is just actually because we are dealing with an application originally made in 2016. One that I have had, bearing in mind our previous application that we looked at today, and changes there. Are we going to be requiring that there are power points for charging vehicles? Oh, apologies, I missed that.
Sorry, yeah, it
Oh,
already
that's what
states that in
was.
additional information.
Thank you.
Yeah, councillor Phil Dilks.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. What I welcome in the report particularly is the paragraph on climate change, picking up from what Charmaine was just saying. I welcome the conditions that are in there to make sure that local plan policy SB1 is adhered to. And that part of that is about the electric car charging points, etc. But also wider mitigation for climate change. And all I would say is, I think this condition should be a standard condition in major applications. I harp on about it at almost every meeting, and I don't apologise for saying it now, but thank you.
Thank you, councillor Dilks. Do I have anybody else wish to speak on this matter? No, we've had a proposer, we've had a seconder, so can we go to the vote, please, then? All those in favour, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. We will now take a 15-minute comfort break, so be back at 3:30. Thank you. Lovely, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you feel better for a cup of tea. We will go to agenda item 7. And we have Adam Murray presenting for us this afternoon for this one. Thank you, Adam, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good afternoon, members. Yep, this is application S211380, and it is a full detailed plan application for a proposed vehicle call-off facility comprising of a vehicle preparation building, office and welfare buildings, storage containers, spray booth building, fueling station, security gatehouse, and associated works at Roseland Business Park. And the application has been referred to committee because it is a major development. Key issues in this case are considered to be the principle of development, impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on neighbouring land uses and highways and transport infrastructure. In terms of the site itself, it's an area of about 2.4 hectares of land at Roseland Business Park, which is located to the south of Long Bennington. Members will be aware from our discussions of items recently at the business park in terms of the access arrangements to the site. So the business park is actually accessed via Roseland Way, which connects onto the A1 northbound carriageway. So vehicles travelling southbound from Roseland can do so at the Long Bennington Foston junction, but vehicles travelling to Roseland from the north either have to travel through the village or have to travel down to Gonnerby Moor before rerouting back up to the business park. The application site in this case is part of the east-west aligned runway. The grassed areas to the north and south of the application site. So I'll just bring up a cursor. So this area here and this area here were two areas of land which were granted consent for outside storage use that was considered by the committee last month. And just in terms of an aerial view there of the actual site itself, the site has got a lawful development certificate in place for temporary use for landing of light aircraft, gliders and helicopters for up to 28 days per year. The applicant has stated that the runways have a long-standing use for vehicle storage and a temporary use at the moment for a call-off facility. Now, there's no evidence or no record of there being a lawful development certificate for such uses, but you'll be able to sort of hopefully just about see on the image here from Google Maps that there is evidence there of some sort of long-standing use for storage of vehicles. Now, the site actually lies outside of the strategic employment allocation for Roseland Business Park in the local plan. So in policy terms, it is actually considered as being open countryside, but it is a site that is very much seen as forming part of the existing business park. In terms of the development itself, as I say, it is for a call-off facility. So there's a number of different elements involved to it. The main one being is the vehicle call-off building itself, which is positioned in the northwest corner of the site, just where the cursor is here. Now, that is a portal frame structure measuring about 85 metres by 25 metres with an overall ridge height of 6.5 metres. Now, there's two lean-to additions to that building. On the southwest corner of the site, there is an equipment store, which you can see down here. And then on the eastern side, there's a compressor store. In terms of the actual building itself, there is an open canopy on the southern elevation, which has space for 21 electric vehicle charging points. And then internally, the building would have 6 vehicle lanes for washing, drying, inspection, and maintenance of vehicles, as well as an MOT bay. And the building is to be finished in juniper green. The next item would be the storage containers, which you can see positioned to the south of the vehicle call-off building here. Now they are standard 12-metre shipping containers that will be finished in grey, indication of the elevations here. To the right of that would be office and welfare buildings. So there'll be two buildings used for that purposes. They would be 18-metre by 3-metre conventional portable building design, again finished in grey. The western unit is proposed to be used as a staff welfare facility, so providing a canteen, toilets and locker facilities. And the eastern facility is proposed to be used as an office space. The next element is a spray booth building, which is located sort of in the centre of the site along the southern boundary, just where the cursor is there. Now that is an 8.8 metre by 9 metre flat roof structure with a trying to think of the word, marquee next to it, which would be used for vehicles waiting to enter the spray booth building. Again, that building would be finished in grey. On the southwestern corner, you would have a fueling station. Again, a copy of the design there, fairly standard sort of fueling station design there. And then the final element would be a security cabin, which would be positioned along the entrance to the site on the eastern boundary. Now, that would be a 2.8 metre by 3 metre cabin. Again, traditional sort of security cabin appearance, and would be of a beige colour. The toilet and welfare facilities contained in the portable units, they would be discharging into a package treatment plant, and then water from the call-off building would also be into a separator tank, and they would then discharge into the existing drainage network that serves the runway. The existing runway is a concrete surface, and that's to be replaced with tarmac, and you will have parking grids laid out. So you can see on the plan here, there's parking provided along the eastern boundary for staff parking, and then parking for various vehicles at the stages through the call-off process. So either whether they are being brought in or collected from the transporters, or again, whether they're being taken through the various stages of that call-off process. And then the site, the layout does show the site would be externally lit. They would be 8 metre high lampposts with a luminance level of 20 to 25 lux. And in essence, what you have here is a site that would serve the sort of a process where vehicles would arrive at the site at the eastern security gate. They would then be processed. Vehicles would be offloaded from transporters, bring them to the site onto the parking grids, where they'd go through an initial inspection. And then if works are required, they would either go off to hangar 1 or hangar 2 elsewhere in the business park, depending on the nature of works required. And then if there's no works required, they would be sent to one of the 2 storage areas, either north or south of the call-off facility. Any loose items that are found during that initial visual inspection would be stored in the storage containers along that southern boundary. And then either once they've been repaired or once they've been taken to the storage area, vehicles will be washed, valeted, and then advertised for sale. And then once purchased, they would go through the call-off facility in terms of being fueled, valeted, MOT'd, etc., before being collected by a transporter from the parking grid. In terms of the evaluation, as mentioned, the site actually sits outside the local plan allocation boundary for the business park. So in policy terms, it is considered to be open countryside. And commercial uses such as this are one of those purposes that are not considered to be acceptable in the open countryside under the terms of policy SP5. So it is contrary to that policy. But then balanced against that is the fact that the site is very much viewed as an integral part of the business park. Policies in the local plan and national plan and policy framework support the expansion of existing businesses subject to material considerations. And in this case, the site is a vacant previously developed land and would be for a use that would complement the existing operations at the business park. So the assessment in this case is that on balance, the principle of development would be considered acceptable. In terms of the impact on the character and appearance of the area, it's very much appreciated that you're dealing with a site here that's viewed almost at two different scales, almost in the immediate scale viewed in the context of the business park and the existing commercial uses there. But again, being mindful of the fact that that business park itself actually sits in more of a rural sort of countryside landscape location. So it's very much a considering of balancing those two aspects. In this case, officer's assessment is that the actual height, massing, design, materials, etc. of the buildings to be used would be appropriate for the area and would have limited visual impact. So in this case, it's considered that there would be no unacceptable adverse impacts on the character and appearance of the area as a whole. In terms of impact on neighbouring land uses, there's not considered to be any unacceptable adverse direct impact on neighbouring land uses. As I say, it's a scheme that's viewed to be complementary to the existing commercial operations at the business park, suitable separation distances from the nearest residential properties in Long Bennington and Foston. In terms of indirect impacts, again, members will appreciate this is something that we've discussed previously with the business park relating to vehicle movements travelling through Long Bennington. In this case, the applicant has suggested that there wouldn't be any increase in vehicle movements beyond the existing lawful situation, and that is something that has been accepted by County Council as Highways Authority and by the Parish Council. But in any case, the recommendation and conditions included here are to include the traffic management plan condition that has been imposed on the two storage uses either side of the application site, which requires details to be submitted in terms of routing of vehicles, etc. Options for looking at encouraging signage on the A1 to encourage vehicles to avoid going through Long Bennington, and that being done in consultation with the Parish Council themselves. In terms of the other technical matters, there's no technical objections. So in this case, the recommendation is that the Assistant Director is authorised to grant planning permission subject to the conditions in the main report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Adam, for that presentation. And we do not have any public speakers, so we'll go to questions and debate. And I think Councillor Bellamy, you were first. Oh, was it right? Councillor Dilks then. Thank you.
I don't mind, I'm easy. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I'm just a little bit worried, and I just would like a bit more information, please, on the lawful development certificate for the temporary use of this at this site for a runway, taxiway, and taking off and landing of light aircraft, gliders, and helicopters for 28 days a year. Now, I don't know if it's if it's a material consideration, but it certainly would be if those things were landing on the site. Is there any evidence that it is used that it's currently used for that purpose? That's my first question. I've got a second, but if you'll, yeah, should I do my second one as well?
We'll answer that one first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so as I say, in terms of there is that lawful development certificate in place for that use, but certainly in terms of the information that's been provided by the applicant, they have said that actually the runway is used for storing vehicles and is used temporarily at the moment in terms of temporary facilities at the moment, sorry, as a call-off facility. So there's no indication that it has been used recently by any record for those sort of landing purposes, etc.
Thank you. Councillor Robbins, did you want to come back on that as you've got some?
Yeah, sorry, firstly, S14 2501, page 101 on our agenda pack relates to a single-storey side extension and garage in Billingborough, not the landing of aircraft up to 28 days a calendar year. Page 101, S14 2501, if you look at it on our own site, it comes up with a single-storey side extension with a garage in Billingborough, not the 28-day. Might be, yeah. Also, just on Councillor Dilks's, if there is extant permission for that, surely it would have to be a runway, and surely if it's now storage, wouldn't they have to apply for change of use from that to that?
Thank you. Adam, do you know the answer to that one?
I'll be honest, I don't, councillor. I don't know whether it's one that Emma could possibly assist with at all.
Thank you. I just need to find the certificate. Do you know the reference? Is there a typo? Okay, just bear with me a second. So generally speaking, there's permitted development rights in the general permitted development order, and they allow temporary uses of the land for 28 days, although it's been extended to 56 days, which I think was a temporary change. Sorry.
That was temporary due to coronavirus, but I think that's now lapsed, so it's back to the first one, 28 days.
Thank you. So it's back to 28 days. So you don't need express planning permission from the local authority for temporarily using something for 28 days in any one calendar year. You quite often get motocross events using those sorts of things. That's a typical thing that I've seen in the past. So it's quite likely this lawful development certificate was associated with that because the days tie in with the permitted development order. But in any case, what the certificate was telling us was on the day that the applicant made the application for the certificate, was that particular use lawful or not? It doesn't mean that they can continue forevermore. Something may change, it may longer be lawful in the future, but it just was answering a very specific question at a very specific moment in time about whether a proposed use was lawful. In terms of the use of the land for storage, is this part of the wider permission? So I might need Adam just to help. Okay, so obviously you've got various users that are already consented on this wider site. This is obviously a separate application. The application, although it doesn't refer to the change of the use, I think it's fair to say it's implied within the terms of the planning permission. So it's not that they can forever fall back to this lawful use. This may overwrite that if it's implemented, meaning that they can't use the runway for the 28 days. But I'm also fairly certain that the Civil Aviation Authority would be very interested if there are any health and safety issues in terms of flying aircraft off the runway, and I'm sure that's sort of the logic behind the questioning today. So hopefully that assists.
Thank you. Phil, did you want to?
Yeah, I've got to say I'm still a bit confused, to be honest. You know, I mean, I don't think it was for one, you know, for a specific time that they were applying for the certificate to use it as a landing strip. It would seem that, you know, they've got permission to use it. They haven't, you're saying? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. When somebody puts a lawful development certificate, and this was a proposed, so it was asking the question, on the day I made the application, which would have been at some point in 2014, I'm assuming, would it be lawful, would I require planning permission from the local authority to use the runway for up to 28 days in a year for the temporary use of the runways for the taking off and landing of light aircraft? So that was the question at the time, and we said that doesn't require consent. from the council, it is quite likely, but I am guessing, that it was linked to the permitted development order at the time, and that's why we concluded you do not need consent. It's not, the lawful development certificate in itself is not a permission, it's confirmation that at that precise moment in time, planning permission from the council, the use that was being asked about was lawful. Does that clarify?
I probably need a bit more training, Madam Chairman, but no, it doesn't. I've got to say, I've got to be perfectly honest. And, you know, when I look at, I've got the certificate in front of me, it is, surely it is a certificate, it implies this is your lawful, you know, this is consent to do what you want to do, you know, okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Well, let's move on, if we may. But my second question, if you want to move it on, is about the residents of Long Bennington. Now, you know, we've had, each time we get an application for this site, and I welcome the fact that we've got a site there that's a former airfield that is away from the village and is providing jobs. That is really good and welcome. But whilst I welcome what the officer's saying, that what Adam's saying about, you know, it's not considered, there's not considered to be any more vehicles will be generated by, or vehicle movements generated by this thing, so it's therefore not detrimental. You know, what Long Bennington Parish Council seem to be saying is it's already unacceptable. The level is just not acceptable at the moment, and it's increased recently from this particular company at all times of the day and night, vehicles coming through their village. So we have looked previously, and I believe in previous applications we've found a way round helping the village of Long Bennington. You know, I just wondered if we can't do that again. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Councillor, sorry if I wasn't clear on that. In terms of the presentation, there is a condition included in the report for that traffic management plan that we have agreed with the Parish Council previously as being a suitable sort of way forward for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy.
Well, in the same vein, I was just going to ask, how is that enforced?
Thank you. Could you turn the mic on, Adam?
So it's a condition which requires the submission of details in terms of the actual traffic management plan. Now, in terms of discussions that we've had with the Parish Council, etc., part of that would be a routing plan included in there. And I would suggest sort of hypothetically the situation would be that if after the routing plan is agreed, that evidence is submitted to the council that someone has failed to comply with that, then it'd be possible to enforce it through failing to adhere to an improved traffic management plan effectively.
So basically, the parish council are sort of acting as policemen, if you like, or your eyes for you.
In part, I think in terms of discussions that we'd had with the site operator as well, they'd mentioned the fact that there is tracking mechanisms on their vehicles as well. So it's almost a collaborative approach to trying to enforce it.
Thank you. Councillor Penny-Mills.
Yes, I'd like to go back to the use of the runway, if I may. I mean, we're saying there was a lawful certificate in 2014 for landing strip purposes. They're now saying they've got a lawful use for storage. Well, they can't have been landing on the runway and storing things in 2014, which is only 7 years ago, which I stand to be corrected, does not make that therefore a lawful use of storage over that time. And also, even if it was, what sort of storage was it compared to what the scale of this application is all about? And I don't understand how they can claim there will be no more traffic movements. How do you prove that? And the date of the Google map, I mean, what date was that? Do we know? So there's several questions around the use of that landing strip, isn't there? Which I think is quite fundamental to how we look at this. I mean, I also want to ask more questions moving on. I either ask them now or we come back to them.
I think we'll get those 4 questions answered. We'll go to other people so everybody gets a chance, and then we'll come back. Okay. Thank you, Adam. Can you remember all those questions?
I think in terms of the lawful use of the runway per se, in terms of assessing the actual principle of the development, shall we say, that's not, it's not necessarily a fundamental element in terms of the way that we've assessed the principle. So we're not saying that there is a fallback position here for as a lawful use for storage. The way that it has been assessed as an application has very much been in terms of if it was just effectively a vacant runway with no storage or anything like that. So that hasn't necessarily factored into assessing the principle of it. In terms of, say, vehicle movements associated with that, in terms of whether it has got that existing storage use, I suppose that the only thing that I can suggest with that is that those details were submitted through a transport assessment that was published, and both county highways as the local highways authority accepted it, and the parish council also seemed through their comments seemed to infer that they accept the fact that there was almost an existing use there. I don't know if that helps to answer your question, councillor.
Well, not really, because I think, well, I don't know what highways know and don't know. I'm assuming they know things, but it's the sort of scale of development, isn't it? This is an awful lot of car transporters coming and going. They're big vehicles. If it was just a bit of storage and the scale was much lower, who knows? And anyway, if it was an unlawful use at the time of a runway, why wasn't that picked up and enforced? I mean, there's loads of questions around it. And we're talking now that seems to justify, you know, having this rather intensive use of that strip for this purpose. And bearing in mind, we do have problems with the transport to and from the Roseland Park, and I'll move it further and say the itsy bitsy way that we're looking at these cumulative effects. I think it is a very significant factor in how we look at this from the outset. So it is in open countryside, as you said, it's contrary to policy SP5, and it's outside our allocation for the Roseland employment site. And, you know, this leads on to questions of how far do we go with this? How much more land? How much more? How much more? So I do think that's an important question to be answered.
Thank you. Will, if you'd like to go forward.
Very, very quick. So on the certificate of lawfulness application S143501 on section D, it says the lawfulness of any use of operations for which a certificate is enforced under this section shall be conclusively presumed unless there is a material change. The material change is removing the aircraft landing and putting cars and other stuff on it. So that is a clear breach of their planning or their lawfulness.
We will go to the legal advisor who can
if I may help try and clarify the certificate of lawfulness position. So I found it on the portal, and it's a certificate of proposed lawful development. So you get 2 types of certificate, one for an existing lawful use where there's been evidence of a use, for example, for 10 years without any enforcement action, which would mean that that use is deemed to be lawful, continue to be used as lawful. This is a proposed, so what I assume at the time the occupiers were wondering whether they could use that land for flights for a temporary period of time. And they can ask the council for clarification whether that type of use would be lawful in accordance with the permitted development order. And that's what the certificate's saying. So it's saying you could, if you wanted to, under the existing legislation, use that land temporarily 28 days a year for flights. It's not saying that there has been, it's not saying that there will be, it's saying outside of any existing or established use and continuing use, that's what the permitted development order allows. So I don't know if that helps clarify how that certificate operates.
Thank you, Will. Did you want to come back on that specific point?
Yes, yeah, Madam Chairman, I do, and I pick up what Councillor Nick says. You know, I've got that ready to quote as well. What it says, the certificate that was issued in 2016, which was a year after the or 2015, a year after the application was made, says, as Nick says, the lawfulness of any use or operations for which a certificate is in force under this section shall be conclusively presumed. Now, you know, it clearly there has, you know, previously it's clearly been a runway. There's no doubt about that. You can see it's a runway on the map. Unless it says there is a material change before the use is instituted. Not after, before the is instituted, or before the operations are begun in any of the matters relevant to determine lawfulness. I am worried, Madam Chairman, about the legality of, you know, is that certificate still in place? If it is, it does not seem to me legal that another application can come along and be made legal on top of that. And I'm just worried about protecting our own, you know, position.
Yeah, thank you. We'll get Emma to come on board with that.
Thank you. It's exactly the same as having a planning permission for something and then someone coming later and saying, actually, I'd like not to implement that planning permission, I'd like something else. You have a history and a layer of planning applications and planning permissions. It doesn't mean that you're always bound by the very first one that came along. What the certificate is saying is here are my facts of the application. If everything is as I have described it today, and the council has seen it on the day we made the application, which is 16th of December 2014, would it be lawful for me to use the runway for up to 28 days a year in accordance with the permitted development order for the landing, taking off and landing of light aircraft, gliders, etc., etc. What that point on paragraph D is saying is it was lawful on that date because that's where we've assessed it. That certificate can only really be relied on that date because something material may change. But if nothing material has changed, you could continue to look and use that. So 14th of December 2014, it's lawful. On the 15th, something else could have materially changed. The permitted development order could have changed. It wouldn't be lawful on the 15th of December 2014, but we still have issued the certificate because the test is on the day you make the application, is what I want to do lawful?
Thank you, but surely we're not issuing a certificate in September 2015 for something that happened a year earlier in December 14. And I still go back and it says the material change doesn't say if anything is wrong in your application. It says unless there's a material change before the use is instituted or the operations are begun. If they started then, surely that infers that if they'd started when they get the certificate, landing aircraft, that they still have the right to do that.
They still have the right to do that because the permitted development order is still in force. It's the same as holding a market, although that's slightly different because it's 14 days, not 28 days. You hold a market on a council-owned car park, for example. It doesn't change the use of the car park to a market permanently, because there are permitted development rights that allow us to temporarily hold a market and then it reverts back to its former use. But that certificate is honestly just saying on the day you made the application. I have known it where we've had changes to the permitted development order and it's been torn up and they've rewritten it. I have known it where we've had to issue a certificate after the order has been issued, been rewritten, because they made the application before the new order came into force. So you have to also send a parallel letter to say it doesn't apply anymore. But And I know it's not conventionally what the planning committee deal with, but I'm not worried by this, and I don't think the legal advisor is worried.
Thank you, that's made it a lot clearer, and I wish planning was a lot easier, not so convoluted with things. Councillor Morgan, thank you.
Thank you. When we looked at the previous application regarding a site, I made the point that there was no landscaping provision, and we're here again, there's no landscaping provision, even though we're talking in effect about a site that is in a rural area and in fact a green site, actually, technically. So I know last time we added a landscape, I can't say it, a landscaping provision. So I definitely, before we go ahead, I would like to see the same again here, please. I think there is a danger, I think we touched on it. I don't want to go into the debate actually, but the Long Bennington is a rural village, and they have ended up with the industrial estate on the edge of their village growing and growing and growing and growing, and therefore us forgetting the setting of that industrial landscape. And it is next to a rural village, and I think the character that and the impact of that does need to be considered. So I would like to go through again, please. You mentioned, I'm sure my little ears rang, that you mentioned the vehicles going through the village if they take certain routes. Now, I wasn't clear whether we've mitigated against that or whether that actually is the plan. So can you please just clarify that? I would appreciate that. Thank you. That's the point. Now, back to the airfield. I've just done a quick bit of online research. If you have an airfield, it's not the same as changing a car park or whatever for a park market. You're talking about aeroplanes landing. It has to be in the right conditions for safe landing. There need to be no other mitigating circumstances that could lead to an accident. Because, for example, a lorry is doing a U-turn further up the runway just as your plane is arriving. That's what it's saying on here.
Sorry, would you like to put your mic on, then we can.
It's up to the pilot's discretion to land at unlicensed. You get two types of airfield: licensed and unlicensed. Licensed will give you the satisfaction of a fire service, for example. It might have marshallers when you land, and you get unlicensed airfields, which is literally just there's a landing, there's a runway, there's a strip of grass, and it's down to the pilot to make that call to see where he or she would land and if it's safe to land. And there's no obligation to the aerodrome provider to give that assurance. So yeah, that's yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins, for that clarification.
Yeah. Thank you. It's one of these things that's actually quite hard to find online. Right, so well, I appreciate that explanation. Thank you very much. So I think the point that's been made regarding from the parish council was the scale of potential use of the site, which they described as going from 20 to 70,000 vehicles. So what controls are we putting on the actual total number of vehicles on that site as well?
Thank you, Adam.
If I start with the highways element first, then just to clarify with that point, the discussions with the parish council did relate to concerns that you have about the existing situation where vehicles do travel through the village to the business park. If they're coming from the north, they'd have to either come through the village to then travel onto Roseland Way, or they'd have to go down to Gonnerby Moor, route round, and then come back up the other side of the carriageway on the A1 to get to the business park. Now, what the purpose of the traffic management condition imposed is to try and avoid that situation by imposing a routing plan whereby vehicles effectively take that route down to Gonby Moor and back up rather than coming through the village. So I think in terms of the parish council's comments, that was effectively one of the big concerns that they had was relating to that routing almost. There isn't anything in terms of conditions proposed at the minute to restrict the actual number of vehicles that can be processed through this call-off facility. I think in terms of considering those impacts from a highways impact per se, I think it's mindful of the fact that with that routing plan in place, that vehicles would effectively be travelling up and down the A1, which is obviously a much better network for accommodating a higher volume of vehicles. In terms of the point about the landscaping condition that you raised, Councillor Morgan, I think in terms of the way that that's been assessed, being very mindful of that, we're dealing with purely the confines of the concrete runway here, rather than any sort of grassed areas either side of it. And the difficulty then almost of imposing a soft landscaping condition similar to what we had on those storage applications, whether that would actually be effective. Now, being mindful that even if we can't impose such a condition on this application, it would still be seen in the context of those storage uses either side that would have that soft landscaping provided as part of the permissions that have been granted there. And then I think the final point you raised was in terms of considering sort of the cumulative impact on the character of the area. Effectively, that's something for members to consider in terms of their assessment of the application and whether they feel that either by nature of impacts associated with movements or use of the site, etc., or through the actual buildings proposed or anything like that, that whether they feel that the actual impact is significant in terms of effectively reaching a point where we've reached a situation where it's no longer that rural context per se. As I say, the way that officers have assessed it is view that on balance is still considered to be acceptable, but again, that's something that members will have to come to their own conclusions on.
Thank you.
So may I ask the question about a legal officer?
What's the question? Yeah.
It's picking up that point, because we are talking about going outside our normal permitted development area and going into quotes the greenfield area with this site. Because of that, could we legitimately refuse the application on that basis? On the basis really that we've defined an area for a good reason, because we felt that that was a reasonable limit of development. If we go outside it, actually, then that raises the sorts of issues that we're now discussing regarding scale, impact, etc. So can we just say, well, our policy is this, our plan is that, because in the past we have used the presence of such plans to approve something. So in the same way, can we draw the line and say, well, actually, this is outside that limit, and that was known when that site was purchased. Therefore, actually, that's as far as it goes.
Thank you. Before we carry on, we're just on our 3 hours. So we need to extend the meeting. So I propose that we extend the meeting to 5 o'clock. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. And all those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous. Would you like to answer that, Adam, or would you like to answer it, Will?
I can certainly almost give it a good start, and then if Will wants to add anything to it. I think what members would have to consider in this situation is that from a legal perspective, obviously that the position is it has to be considered in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. That is the starting point. Now, in that assessment of it, we are clearly come to a situation where there is a planning balance to be considered in terms of acknowledgement that it is classed in policy terms as being open countryside, but then balancing against that the fact that it does provide an expansion to businesses, and the fact that you have policies again in both the local plan and the national planning policy framework that support businesses, support the expansion of businesses. I think it may well be paragraph 84, 85 of the National Plan and Policy Framework that explicitly says that in some circumstances, that opportunities for businesses may have to be found beyond those edge of settlement locations, etc., and the various things to be considered. So yeah, like I say, it's very much, it would be something that would have to be weighed up quite firmly in terms of that planning balance and very carefully considered, I would say.
Thank you. Right, I've got a question before I'm on the list. What are the working hours?
To be honest with you, Councillor, I don't think there's been any details provided in terms of working hours from my recollection. I can certainly try and just check the application form very quickly to see if there's anything, but
Please, because I think we should know whether it's 24/7 for the villagers. Thank you. And we will go to Jackie. Councillor Jackie Smith.
Yes. I think we have to start looking further ahead for this. Years ago, there were all sorts of things. Now we deliver stuff, we work different hours, and this is going to spread through time and time again. We use different things. Now, I live almost underneath the path that this particular vehicle goes on a number of occasions. Often it's to take somebody from a hospital to a hospital. They perhaps, because I've come across this on in different companies, they allow their nearest place to be used by the medical people if they need it. I've worked in businesses where I've had planes standing by to take equipment because it's required so urgently that we don't bother about that. We have a general certificate which says when we need to go, we go, and we add it on to the hours. And
Thank you. I don't think we're talking about the runway anymore. We're talking about the opening hours of the actual business.
Part of it, because these days lots of stuff is needed urgently, and somebody will take off at 8 o'clock in the morning or 3 a.m. because it's needed. And
but we're not discussing that at this point, Councillor Smith. We are talking about the workings of the application. We're not talking about emergency services and the needing of the runway.
I'm talking about ordinary businesses that have to do this as well.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Bellamy.
I think from the previous ones we was talking about, it was 24/7, weren't it? Because I remember the parish council saying that the vehicles were coming in 24/7.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that that's what the...
Yeah, absolutely, the operational side. I mean, I'd guess the operational side's more during the days, but the vehicles are coming in at night. I forgot what my question was now. Oh yeah, that's it. I've got a rough idea, but how far away is the site from the nearest point of the site from the village of Long Bennington?
I believe it's about 2.5 miles, Councillor, is the separation distance. If I may just come back on the point about hours of opening again, there was nothing actually expressly given within the planning statement or within the application form about hours of operation. So I would assume sort of possibly, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Robbins.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that no doubt we'll be here in the future with another of these applications, but how much more expansion is going to be approved bit by bit? The issue is not around the commercial demand, it's around the traffic having a negative impact on the effect on the village. you stop developers from developing small individual sites as part of a major development because of the 106 contributions and affordable homes. This seems to be doing exactly that, but in the commercial world. I think that I would suggest, it's my opinion, that any further development that is considered needs to be in the form of a whole master plan site, because it says also that there's no more vehicle movements in and out, but the tanker supplying the fuel will also add to the traffic.
Emma, do you want to come in?
Thank you. I think you make a valid point, and incremental applications is always a challenge to look at in terms of the impacts. Absolutely, we can have a conversation about trying to ensure that it's a bit more joined up, particularly as we've had, I think, 3 recent applications in this. Well, I've been here about 6 weeks, so in that time. So, we will have a conversation and sort of suggest that we need really to be looking at it comprehensively. I think really, though, the only answer that I can give you honestly is that you have to look at every application based on its own merits. That does mean that there may well come a tipping point where enough is enough in terms of vehicular movements, because it's already tipped over that balance in terms of existing impacts. But it would unfortunately be a case of each on its own on merit sort of moving forwards if they don't come in comprehensively.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do I have any other questions? Councillor Penny Milne?
Yes, I'd just like to ask about the lighting in 8 meters high in a dark area. I don't think there's any other lighting there, but I wouldn't really know. And I just wonder why it's needed. Is it going to be on all night? What is the impact on bats and migrating birds and dark skies? It does seem a bit superfluous. And why is, a precedent, we could get a lot more lighting and we could have it all glowing in the sky from a site this size, the overall site this size. Looking at the NPPF 15 and our local plan EN2, I'm not quite sure that the lighting is within the character of the area.
Again, I think that in terms of both points, if we're starting first with almost the impact on the character and appearance of the area, that is something for members to come to their own sort of judgment on. It's very much a matter of judgment on that point. In terms of the actual details of that, very much appreciate, as you say, it is a site that does sit in almost that wider open countryside setting, etc., and that sort of appearance of dark skies, something obviously very much to be considered in that sense. And obviously with the 8 meters high, obviously there may be concerns relating to that. What I would say on that though is that you do have the lighting is very much directed on the runway itself, in terms of the plan shows it is being centered on the form of runway rather than being sort of potential more widespread impacts from that element of it. And the actual lighting levels themselves of 20 to 25 lux, they're relatively low level lighting. I believe, having sort of looked relatively quickly, sort of Google, it's sort of equivalent to the sort of lamps that you would get in a car park, almost just as to mark a boundary per se, rather than to be sufficient light to work in that sort of, that would be almost the comparable situation. In terms of impact on ecology, again, that's something that's difficult to very much determine, because I think it sets out in sort of the main report that it's already accepted by officers that there hasn't been any form of ecological appraisal or anything like that submitted. So it is contrary to EN2 in that sense, just by virtue of not providing that information. Now, whether members attribute the extent of weight that members attribute to that is a matter of judgment in terms of that balance. We haven't got any sort of information to suggest that it is a popular route for bats to commute or for foraging or anything like that. But again, that is something that members will have to weigh up in terms of their assessment of that planning balance and the weight that they give to that.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan again.
Yeah, thank you. I keep forgetting it's not questions and then debate, so I do apologise, it's mixed. I'd like to, if I may, pick up first of all that point, because actually it's very important, and it's not just about bats. There is now clear evidence that actually night lighting is affecting our insect population, so much so that it's halved in the last 20 years, which is actually frightening. The potential impact of losing that amount of insects, because they basically don't know when to switch off. So they're constantly going towards the light. Now, in a less rural area, clearly we need that level of lighting. But in this case, what we're doing is introducing lighting into an area that would otherwise naturally not be lit. And I think that's actually something that should have quite a considerable weight when we consider this application. I'm concerned about the expansion outside our plan, and I'm listening to, they have asked us to, and I'm listening to the parish. I am not at all convinced that in practicality, and certainly at night time, that they should be responsible for policing the vehicle movements in the area. And I do think there is a very high risk of the vehicle. They already have had vehicles going through their village. I think there's a very high risk they will. And I'm kind of minded, I've forgotten the name of the road now, but basically in the back of Grantham, in a country lane that links the road down south of the A1 and to Harlexton Road, north. There was a big sign, no vehicles involved in construction. That road is destroyed virtually now, because actually in reality, people don't take any notice of these signs. And that's to do with the Southern Relief Road works. And that's a short-term thing. This will be, in effect, once it's in, a permanent change. So my feeling is that we potentially could apply conditions that actually can't be monitored properly or enforced properly. And therefore, I don't think that that's good enough. So my recommendation is that we refuse this application, because it is contrary to the local plan, and it's also contrary to our EM policies 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Penny Robbins.
I've put forward a proposal. Could we ask if somebody would be willing to second that?
Yeah, you said a recommendation. You
Oh,
didn't say
sorry.
proposal.
I apologise. That's my proposal.
Right, thank you. Do I have anybody seconding that proposal? No, not at the minute. So we'll carry on. Councillor Penny Robbins.
Thank you. I'd just like to say a couple of points. 7.311 on page 106. I don't agree with this. The E2 policy scale does harm the amenities of the locality because of the traffic, number one. And number two, 7.3.13, page 106, 7, sorry. The LB3 policy, there is an adverse impact on a nearby residential properties in terms of the noise and pollution. And on those 2 points, I'd like to recommend refusal.
So that sounds like, yeah, you're seconding.
So you're seconding my.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you. Do I have any other further questions speaking the debate? Councillor Penny Robbins.
I know it's confusing to have 2 pennies, old and new, but you know.
As long as we don't get enough for a quid.
We just need to keep distinguishing, don't we, between us. But I'm a bit torn on this one, because obviously we approved the surrounding sites, and this is the runway in between. So it seems a bit strange to refuse the runway in between, and yet we've got storage on either side. I do have issues, as I've said, about whether it has an existing legal use for storage or not. I don't think it probably has, judging by the helicopters and flights taking off in 2014-15, it can't have done. So it's only had 6 or 7 years. And I'm also worried about why it's considered part of the business park. You know, the business park had an allocation. This is way outside it. However, we have approved now the 2 surrounding pieces of land, and this is the bit in the middle. But what I would like to see is that we do stop at some point now and look about what do we do about the remaining land there, of which there is quite a lot. And obviously Melton are over the border, have part of the airfield. They've already started approving applications there, which use the same access. And it does need a completely coordinated approach from now on if we go ahead and approve this application. I'm worried about the traffic, and I really wouldn't know whether the traffic management plan would work or not, but the parish council are hoping it will. So I'm very torn on it. I don't like it, but I feel we might be hoist. And but I say, if it gets approved, I would like somebody to take on board that we really do need to look at the future of this situation.
Thank you. Do I have any other people wishing to speak in the debate?
Can I just say that?
Councillor Capron-Brown, yes?
Yes, can I just say, I've listened to all of this afternoon. I think it would be lovely if somebody could make a small précis of exactly what we are refusing, because we all know that we've got to go forward with basically businesses and the way they work. And if they're working through the night, which they are, and we've got all the lights and the problems of the lights with the industrial estate and all the rest of it, and then suddenly we have an application just for now, is this just purely for the airfield bit, for them to fly in and out? I thought we were judging them on the number of containers coming in as well.
This isn't about flying. This is about a section of what was the runway for storage and balloting.
For the large containers. Yeah. Well, all I can say is that it is quite a long way away from the village. It really is. I've been up there a number of times. It's unfortunate that it is perched on a bit of a hill. But if we're going to go forward with business, as everyone else does, or appears to, as you go along the A1, particularly nearer to London, there seems to be an enormous amount of these places that are working all through the night. And I just think we're being a little bit nitpicking here. We've given permission up to now. Okay, give this one permission and then say this is the end if you want to, and be firm about it. But I don't see how you can just pick on this particular one to say no when you've passed the others. That's just my opinion in debate.
Thank you. Could we just have, I think we've all, do you want to speak, Councillor Bellamy? Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Capron-Brown, really. I think it's a pity that they didn't bring all this forward together, so that it could have been, which Councillor Penny Robbins mentioned earlier on, because they've brought it forward in a piecemeal way. It's almost like a fait accompli now, but at the end of the day, it is a part of a existing employment site, and also don't want to really necessarily jeopardise the people's jobs that are already working there, and these people go and look elsewhere. Although I know it's it is a nuisance for Long Bennington, but I'm sure that if it did go to appeal and they'd brought forward a traffic management plan, I could see them winning it, to be honest, especially now the other two applications have gone ahead. So, yeah, I'm torn on this one, but like I say, it is an existing employment site, and we've given all the two planning permissions, so I'm inclined to approve this one. But again, it's like I say, we do need to get our heads together with Melton Borough Council and try and sort of find a wider solution to what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Emma, you wanted to come in? Thank you.
Thank you. I can understand the difficulties with, as I said before, with the incremental expansion of an employment site. I think what we've got to bear in mind, and obviously there has been a motion to refuse, and we would have to work through the constitution in terms of that procedure and just clarify the reasons and have the cooling off period. But I'd just like to offer a little bit of advice in terms of the highways condition, because there's been some concern there about whether it's enforceable, and therefore I'm assuming one of the concerns is about the highways impact and that being in conflict with the policy. We have within the last 6 weeks just issued permission for 2 other uses on the site with the same condition. So you would have to be able to explain to an inspector, should it go to appeal, what is different with this application to those other 2 applications, and what has changed in the passage of 6 weeks that now means that that condition is no longer enforceable. Because what you're saying is it's not about the cumulative impact of yet more vehicles on the road, it's because you're concerned about how that condition is enforceable, and yet why did we not make that decision 6 weeks ago? So that's what you need to bear in mind when it comes to that condition. In terms of the wider site, you've got a mixture of previously developed land. The runway clearly is previously developed. The green areas either side, probably not. You've also got a protected employment site up there, and you have a policy in the plan that allows for the expansion of existing employment sites. There are tests in that policy, and it's correct to apply those tests. That's what you're required to do, but it doesn't automatically mean that an expansion of employment site is unacceptable. In fact, the reverse, because you have a policy that positively supports it, it's written in the positive sense, as long as the planning impacts are acceptable. So you would need to be able to demonstrate that in this particular instance, using this bit of runway for this proposed use, despite the other uses that are going on the wider site and on the land immediately adjacent to it, is unacceptable in planning terms for the following reasons, and then be able to articulate those planning reasons. So I think you need to consider it in terms of what we've just dealt with a few weeks ago, but also it is very much an expansion to an existing site. So your starting point has to be, what are the material planning reasons as to why this application is unacceptable, if that's how you're minded to vote. So I hope that clarifies matters and offers a bit of guidance for you.
Thank you. So I just need your clarifications on the wording for refusal, please, so we can get that down.
Thank you. I will do that. If I might just respond through debate, really, the point that was made, what's different, it's the scale. The previous applications were really about vehicles just being parked up. This is about a working site with vehicles coming in and out, being cleaned, being processed, MOT'd, etc., etc. It's a function of the site that is different. I'd have to go through the old papers, which I haven't got with me, but the other point that really stood out for me, which is why I have recommended refusal, was the comments made by the parish council and their concerns regarding where we draw a line, and that's why. But as I've said, my reasons for refusal before, as put up before, where it is contrary to our local plan. It extends beyond the boundary. It will have a negative impact on the environment and would be out of keeping with the rural nature of that area. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, there may just be one more point in terms of things to consider by members in terms of those vehicle movements, is that in terms of assessing that impact, I think it's worth considering sort of the point made sort of part of the original presentation, that the vehicle movements associated with this application would be viewed in the context of the adjacent land uses. So those movements that you're counting per se for this use, it'd effectively be the same vehicle that would have been bringing the actual cars to be stored on the adjacent land. So it's not, if that makes sense, rather than almost double counting separate vehicles, because it's viewed almost as part of a process across the site itself, almost, it would not necessarily, it's probably worth considering in that sense as well.
I think that wasn't made clear. That wasn't made clear at all.
That may change my perception in that case.
Councillor Penny Milnes?
Yes, if you could just clarify that, Adam, please. Do you mean to say that this applicant is storing the cars on the other two sites? And so therefore they're storing them there, bringing them onto the airstrip and taking them away? Or is it different applicants bringing their lorries in and so on?
So just to clarify, it is the same applicant on this one as it was for the two storage applications either side. So yeah, my understanding would be that effectively you would almost have a situation where you would have one transporter theoretically bring in, say, 8 cars that would then go through that call-off facility, the call-off facility, and then be storing vehicles on the storage land either side of it, as opposed to, say, a situation where you would have an operator bringing 8 cars to the call-off facility, a separate operator bringing 8 cars to the storage elements, etc. So it would almost be part of a collaborative, a whole process with those approved storage uses either side.
I think instead of it being a call-in or call-off facility, if it being called a processing, so you know that the car is being processed, MOT'd, valeted, and then going off for storage, that would have made a lot more sense in the beginning. I'll go to Councillor Morgan and then Councillor Penny Milnes. Thank you.
Thank you. In view of that, I will withdraw my refusal proposal, because actually I think what I would request though instead is a condition regarding the lighting, that we look at the lighting and that it's appropriate for its rural setting.
Lovely. Right. Councillor Milnes, did you want to come in?
Yes, just to take it further, that makes a lot of sense now, because I was thinking it was the lorries from the storage on the actual runway that we couldn't prove whether it was lawful or not, and blah, blah, blah. I wonder why it didn't all come in at one time, because this has really confused everything now, hasn't it? And what happens if the other plots then change to a different owner or different person without a change of use, because it would still be storage, and then you get different lorries coming in to those sites, and we'd have no control, would we?
Well, that would be a different application, and you'd have to judge it on those
it wouldn't
merits.
need an application because it would have a storage use.
But it'd be a different, would it need? Somebody clarify for me.
I think in fairness, that almost Councillor Milnes makes it potentially a valid point on that one, that you could, because even though it is a point that it's being viewed as part of a process at the moment, because the adjacent land uses are the same applicant, provided it's still the same use of land for outside storage, if it was a separate operator, that wouldn't necessarily need permission. So from my perspective.
Right, Councillor Bellamy, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is maybe their logic was that they wanted to know that they could put the cars there in the first place before they processed them, even if it does seem a little bit back to front to us.
Right, I think we've gone around and around. So do I have a proposer for this application? Thank you, councillor Bellamy and councillor Jackie Smith. And that's to include the additional lighting looking into. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I just, because you raised the points yourself, Chair, regarding the operational hours, I think that we should clarify those within this as well. Are we satisfied with a 24/7 operation? Did we want to put some restriction on that?
I think because, well, they haven't put any, so we don't know.
They haven't provided any details on that, no.
That would indicate that it would be a 24/7 operation. If members were minded to restrict the hours, then that's something you could do so, but you would have to have good reason for restricting those hours and what those hours were. I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying you have to have a reason for doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Bellamy.
To be honest, I think that would be unreasonable because it's an existing business. They're carrying on doing their existing business as they are now. And to try and change that now, like I say, would probably put the whole business in jeopardy. So I personally don't think that's reasonable. But
thank you. Right, we've done a lot of talking. We've finally got a proposer and a seconder for in favour of this planning permission. So can we go to the vote, please? All those in favour, raise your hand. And that one is unanimous as well. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. And we will go to agenda item 8 and we've got Phil Moore. Sorry, can I just ask for quiet in the chamber, please? Thank you. Right, thank you. Application and agenda item 8. And we have Phil Moore presenting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So this final application involves demolition of a Dutch barn and the erection of a new dwelling and garage and change of use of some adjacent land from agricultural to equestrian use. I'm very sorry, having an IT problem here. How do I get it to move?
Yeah, it's a nightmare. This
Okay, apologies for that. I think we've resolved that issue. So key issues and site location plan. Key issues are the principle of development, impact on the character of the area, access, ecology, and as you can see from the site location plan, the access from the public highway is just there, and you've got quite a long sort of driveway up to the main area where the house would be. And these other two parcels of land, where my cursor is showing at the moment, these are the bits of land that are proposed to be changed in use for equestrian purposes. Essentially, we've got two elements to this planning application which are unrelated, but they're both in the same application. So this is an aerial view of Lenton, showing the approximate location of the site on the eastern side of the village. Lenton is sort of quite an unusual village. It's quite dispersed. Got several nuclei, if you like, and this is on the far eastern side. The barn to be demolished is just there, where the new house would be, and the field here to the east would be change of use to equestrian use. And this is a slightly zoomed in version of that. As you can see, barn here, that's where the house would be. This is where the equestrian use would be. Access off Keysby Road along an existing farm track. Just a few site photos to give you a general idea of the site. So the one on the left where the car is, that's the access from Keysby Road, farm track. And the picture on the right is looking the opposite direction from the farm track to the road. This is the barn to be demolished, sort of semi-derelict Dutch barn, not been used for its original purpose for quite some time. The site is looking quite unkempt. That's looking in the opposite direction to the east, across the field that would be used for equestrian purposes. This is the proposed block plan. As you can see from this, it's sort of a zigzag shape, if you like, the main footprint of the dwelling, with a detached garage slightly to the northeast. And then the equestrian land is over here, detached from the house and separated by this farm track. So members may recall a similar application being determined by committee last year, right at the beginning of the lockdown, when we started to do virtual committee meetings. And this current application is very similar. This drawing here is the block plan of a dwelling that already has permission on this site. It's an extant permission. And moving on now to the proposed elevations. This is the current application. It's a sort of stone-faced vernacular style building, slate roof. This is the dwelling that's already been approved in 2020. Very similar in terms of the form and footprint and massing and scale. However, the one that's already got permission was more contemporary in style, whereas the current application, as this slide shows, much more traditionally influenced. And then we have the proposed garage, again, clearly a traditional influence there. So in terms of the evaluation, principle of the dwelling, this is an edge of village site, so it falls to be considered under local plan policy SP4. Now, there is a very minor conflict here with policy SP4 in that the SP4 requires the applicant to have carried out a community consultation exercise which shows demonstrable support for the application. In this case, because there's already an extant permission on the site, there is a very strong fallback position. In other words, what's already been granted permission could be built tomorrow. So the principle of the development is already accepted. And that is a very strong or very weighty material consideration, which outweighs that very minor conflict with one of the caveats of policy SP4. In all other respects, it's in accordance with SP4. In terms of the equestrian use, policy SP5, supportive of equestrian uses in the open countryside, obviously subject to suitable mitigation for noise or anything like that. In this case, there are no issues relating to local amenity and noise from that use. We have, as a precaution, put a condition on to ensure that it will be not a commercial operation, it's purely for private use. Any kind of commercial operation may have highways or amenity impacts, so it's limited by that condition. In terms of visual impact, the dwelling, different style. The previous one was sort of more contemporary. This one is more vernacular, traditional, both equally acceptable. So the current application is in the view of your officers, acceptable and in keeping with the surrounding village context. And in fact, it can't really be seen from anywhere within the built area of the village itself. The existing access is considered to be acceptable. Again, the same as what was previously approved. No objections from LCC Highways, and various conditions have been added to ensure ecology and trees are adequately dealt with. And then finally onto the recommendation. So the recommendation is to approve subject to conditions of 1 to 10 in the officer report, but I'm recommending a very minor change to condition 11. This is the one I spoke about, which restricts the equestrian use to private rather than commercial. After having taken some legal advice, we've changed the wording slightly to make it fit the test of conditions. So the condition will say, or is recommended to say, the land hereby granted permission for equestrian use shall not be used for commercial purposes. And that's the end of the presentation. Back to you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, Phil, for that presentation. We do have the applicant's agent to speak. Thank you very much for your patience. And you have 3 minutes. Yeah, don't rush. We don't want you falling now at the last hurdle. Ha, horses hurdle. So thank you, Brendan. Oh, right. Thank you, Brendan McMullen. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Without further ado, thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to speak and commend this application for the committee to come in for approval. The current design represents an improved response to previously granted proposals to the site. The footprint of the proposed house remains largely unaltered, other than a 1.5 metre difference in terms of the rear footprint. After much consideration regarding the previously granted proposal, the decision was made by the new owner to alter the elevation treatments and elevation proportions to improve the overall design at the client's cost. The previous proposals utilised a metal roof, extensive floor-to-ceiling glazing, and piecemeal use of blockwork rendered panels sitting against local stone. And it was considered that the use of such materials sitting in an isolated countryside location was not a wholly appropriate and sensitive response. You know, one major concern was the installation of the blockwork and render would soon become stained and potentially rust. And there's the potential that the house could become a dated eyesore. And with that in mind, the current owner, who is a very experienced local builder, wanted to explore the option to alter the designs to create a well-proportioned house using proven high-quality local materials. So with this in mind, you know, we would use high-quality building methods and materials that would create a timeless design akin to the local vernacular, using a high-quality limestone, etc. We've We've chosen materials of a higher quality and expense to achieve this. So the roof is altered from metal cladding to a slate roof. All of the cheap block and render is replaced. And that's replaced with hand-dressed limestone, ashlar, coins, sills and heads and detailing, with dressed local limestone walling throughout. And with the above in mind, we're confident that the revised designs demonstrate a higher level of design that the site deserves and a more sensitive understanding of local architecture. The proposals will ensure that the built house will create a positive contribution to the existing built stock of the village and stand the test of time in terms of appearance, aesthetics and maintenance. And with this in mind, we hope that you can support us in these revised improved proposals, and I would welcome any questions at this time to help clarify our proposals.
Thank you very much. Because we're over the 5 o'clock, so I propose that we carry on till we finish this item. So I propose that I have a seconder. All those in favour? Thank you. So do I have any questions for the applicant's agents? Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. It was just to clarify clearly with the paddock, as it may become, there are a lot of trees around the edge of that. Is the intent to retain those? And I noticed there are some trees around the boundary of the house site. Would there be intention to retain those too?
At the moment, the intention is to retain all of the trees. There's not a lot of trees on the. I actually don't think there's any trees in the paddock land, and it's mostly scrub. And the intention is that the boundary conditions of the house and the paddock, there's going to be extensive indigenous local hedging installed. So there'll be an uplift in terms of ecological and flora and fauna.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions? No. Thank you very much then. So questions for the officer? Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. I don't know, as we're kind of doing questions and debate in one, I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think what a wonderful improvement on the original plan. And I actually, I'm slightly leaping here, but I feel like that we should approve this application. I'd like to recommend approval.
Thank you. Councillor Penny Robbins? No, Tony Moore.
Happy to second this.
Thank you very much. Do I have any other questions for the officer? Any debate? No, we'll go for the vote then. So we have a proposer and a seconder for approval. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. That's been approved unanimously. And thank you very much for your patience and waiting. And with that, I will end the meeting at 5 minutes.